Eluding the God of Death, novel written by K. Narayanan. A strange true life story of the author. Chapter 1. The Adventures in the High Seas. The World War II was raging interminably. I was working as a wireless operator in the warship named HMIS Krishna. As it was wartime, the frigates anchored off all harbours in British India were positioned at the maximum alert and were ready to meet any eventuality. In 1943, we received a wireless message from the naval headquarters that was were to be on the move within 12 hours with a fleet of ships including 2 troops carriers, complete with all war machines. The wireless message received from our headquarters contained only the direction which we should follow. According to the code message, our destination was the Akyab Harbor in the far distant Burma, now Myanmar. The cabin of the wireless operator was located on the 8th deck of the ship. When it becomes almost certain that the ship would not survive the enemy attack, the last men who are destined to escape through the various apparatus in the ship, including life jacket, lifeboat and landing craft, would be the wireless operator and the captain of the ship. The wireless operator is known as the right-hand man of the captain, who would lock the cabin of the wireless operator at the time of action without his being aware of it, lest he might escape frightened by the defeating sound of the explosives. As it was wartime, the ship was completely under blackout. Nobody would even venture to strike a matchstick. If anyone happened to flout the rules by inadvertence, the punishment would be severe. 3 months imprisonment in the war prison. So we did everything in pitch darkness. As the rooms allotted to us for sleep were located on the 2nd deck of the ship, we had to move up and down from the ground deck to the top deck with great difficulty, and that too at a time when most of us were in a possible state because of sea sickness. The sea through which the fleet was passing was heavily mined by the enemies. It was only by sheer luck that most of us reached our destination after leaving the port. As no one was sure about his fate, the inmate of the ship used to arrange a get-together before leaving for an unknown destination. We regarded it was a final get-together because the entire fleet of ships were sometimes be destroyed in the sea if it were to hit the mines. The 12 ships were passing through the heavily mined sea in single file. I was making the voyage in the second ship. On the first day of our journey, many of us were suffering from seasickness. The seamen would be seized with a frenzy of vomiting, feeling that their entire intestine had turned upside down. They would not be able to eat and drink. Some would vomit blood eventually. When the ship was swaying violently in the high waves, one's intestine would also be tossing in the same way, and everything in the belly would be eventually come out in bouts of vomiting. But despite the suffering of the crew, nobody would be exempted from duty, because in ships seasickness is the common ailment, and if the seamen were to be exempted from their duties, there would not be anyone left to perform their duties. So it was only in exceptional cases, when the patient was in a state of coma or in a highly serious state, that he would be exempted from the rigors of routine work. It was the third day of our departure. Suddenly it happened. It was as if we were struck by lightning. It was about noon and the ship, which was moving ahead of us, suddenly went up in smoke following a mighty explosion. The sound of the explosion was 100 times more deafening than a blinding thunder. There was no trace of the ship, and what we saw instead was a thick column of dark smoke spiraling towards. It was as intense as a volcanic eruption. There were 94 crew on board of the ill-fated ship. The explosion was so total and intense that it left no survivors. We remembered with shock that a few days before we had exchanged greetings with the crew of the ship, sharing their joys and sorrows. So we were deeply moved by the tragedy. One can well imagine our shock and anguish when we were saw before our own eyes the frightening spectacle of the ship going up in smoke in a sudden explosion which we never expected. For a fleeting moment, we conjured up vision of the charred bodies of our dearest colleagues lying strewn all over the ship, horribly mutilated and eventually sinking into the deep bottom of the sea. Finally, the second ship were anchored off the Akyab harbor. We had to disembark through the landing crafts. They were huge floats struck with bamboos and other pieces of lightwood, all strung together with strong ropes. These improvised floats, which would carry about 200 persons, were fitted with motors which hauled them through the sea. So the soldiers from the troops carriers were disembarking through the floats. The first float landed ashore safely. The sea was rather rough and deep at this part. When the next float was about 25 meters off the shore, it broke up into two after hitting a hidden explosive. All the soldiers on board fell into the sea with pieces of the landing crafts falling all over their heads. We could not do anything except to cry in sheer agony. All other crafts landed ashore safely. We would neither eat nor drink for several days following the tragedy, enacted within the spare of a single day and separated only by a few hours. We were terribly upset by the tragedy that most of us were in a state of stupor for several days. The two incidents still remain etched on my memory, and I used to shudder violently whenever I tried to recollect them. Sometimes I failed to make out whether it was all a reality or just a nightmare. Now I would like to tell you another experience. I was working in another warship in the Royal Indian Navy, and this story too had its backdrop against the World War II. One day we received a wireless message from the naval headquarters to move immediately. As stated earlier, we would not be informed of the place where we were ordered to go, but would be given only the direction which we had to take to reach our destination. The sea was full of mines at the time planted by the enemies. Besides, there were several submarines waiting under the sea to sink enemy ships. We were getting daily response that the warships which had left the port earlier were destroyed in the sea after hitting the sea mines or destroyed by the submarine. Only 40% of the ships reached their destination safely in the wartime. During the time, we used to hear the speech of Adolf Hitler through the radio. The speech would be in German, but it would be translated and broadcast subsequently. I still remember what he had once said: "If Britain can build 5 ships a day, we are proud to say that we can destroy 10 ships per day." We were getting order from every now and then to change the direction of the ship. This was to preempt the enemy move to save the ship from a frontal attack by the enemies. During the war period, we would not sometimes reach out destination in time, and because of the change of direction, it would sometimes take more days than what was necessary to reach another port. In our ship, we would have the rehearsal of war every now and then. This was to prepare the sailors ready for the attack of the enemies. The captain would issue the order rather suddenly, and everyone in the ship would have to get ready to face the challenge. Thus, all of us in the ship, working different sections, would fall in line immediately after receiving the order from the ship's captain. On the 3rd day of our journey, we heard the order from the captain around midnight. All of us scrambled out of our beds and presented ourselves at our duty point. But it was not a rehearsal. The captain gave the order after sighting an enemy submarine on the radar. The ship was agog with excitement, and everyone was ready to meet the challenge. But after half an hour of the intense drama packed with thrill and suspense, the captain gave the clearance order that the threat had passed off. But the next day we saw a number of bodies floating in the sea. Consequently, the fear and anxiety of the crew increased greatly, creating tension that a war with the enemies was imminent. We reached the conclusion that the enemy submarine which we had sighted on the radar the previous night might have destroyed another warship, and the bodies of its crew were floating in the sea. While the ship was lurching forward in the sea, we saw a man floating on the wooden plank. He was making frantic efforts to engage the attention of the passing ship by waving his underwear. We sighted him through the binocular, and immediately the captain gave the order to send a lifeboat, and the man was rescued. He was stark naked. But the man, who happened to be a Chinese, had lost his ability to speak. He then gesticulated that more people were floating on wooden planks like him. After closely viewing the surroundings, we could locate 2 more men floating themselves on wooden planks. They happened to be Englishmen. They are also naked like the Chinese, and though we rescued them, they died after 24 hours. But the Chinese was given first aid and medicine in the ship, and after some time he regained his speech. He told us that the ship he was traveling in had about 200 crew members, and it was broken up in the sea about 20 days ago. Many of them survived on the wooden planks, but eventually died in the sea. The Chinese told us that he survived in the sea by eating raw fish. But luckily for us, our ship didn't meet with any accident, and we reached the island of Fiji within a few days. To relate another incident, it was in 1944. The World War II was at its peak. I was working in a warship anchored a few nautical miles off the Bombay harbor. We were greatly excited because it was the wartime. and were waiting eagerly for the movement order which we were expecting sooner or later from our headquarters. So all of us were in a state of maximum alert. But unfortunately for us, one of our powerful wireless sets in the ship became defunct. Those who had worked in ships need not be told that wireless sets were the most essential equipment in the ship. We would be able to get messages from distant countries through the wireless set, but there were no facilities in the ship to repair it, and we had to take it to our naval workshop on the shore. After a quick breakfast, we started our naval workshop. We were 5 wireless operators including I and a wireless in charge cum petty officer. We board a mother launch at 9 in the morning carrying our defunct wireless set and its batteries. Though the motor launch was small, it would take off with great speed. There were 2 Keralites in our group, 2 Tamilans, a Punjabi and a Marathi youth. We placed the wireless set in the middle of the boat and seated ourselves with 3 on either side to keep the balance of the boat. We were then heading off the shore. We didn't transverse long when we were rudely shocked at the sight of a small ship fast heading towards us. The captain and the crew of the ship were waving desperate signs in the air, asking us to change our direction. They were also shouting hoarsely that we should get out of the way. But from the very moment when the driver of the motor launch saw the ship heading towards us, he was making desperate efforts to control the speed of the boat and to change our direction. He didn't lose his nerve at the sight of the ponderous ship drifting towards us menacingly. Realizing that we didn't hear the pleas of the captain and other crews in the ship, the captain switched over to the megaphone to tell us that we should get out of his way immediately or otherwise we would not live to see the next sunrise. We were sitting in the motor launch with other herds in the mouth. We were mostly concerned over the safety of our wireless set because the punishment for its loss would be severe. The maxim in the Navy during the British period was that first you should be loyal to the emperor, then your country, then your navy, then your ship, and finally your safety and comfort. As expected, the launch collided with the ship with a bang, and in the impact it was thrown several yards backwards. The front portion of the motor launch was broken up into many pieces. The motor launch was lying on its side and it was threatening to turn upside down any moment. The boat was lying capsized on the side I was sitting. I had almost submerged in the water and in the process had lost my grip and fell headlong into the sea. As I had slipped into the water headlong, I was just floating on the sea, and my Tamilan friend, who was sitting beside me before the boat capsized, was struggling desperately to hold on to the boat and keep himself afloat. But the Punjabi in our group was holding both my legs to prevent me from drawing into the sea. Meanwhile, I was struggling hard to keep my head and face above the water so that I could take in a whiff of air. Finally, with great effort, the boat was put on the water by others, balancing its flanks. The Tamilan somehow managed to get into the boat, but Finding that I was unconscious, my Punjabi friend jumped into the sea and held aloft my head while others pulled me from the boat and finally put me inside the boat with great efforts. I could not remember anything happened thereafter. When I regained my senses, I was lying on the naval hospital with my friends, standing anxiously around me. I was also bleeding profusely at my back from the wound, sustained at the great effort put up by my friends to get me out of the water. For some days, I was in a state of shock. I spent nearly 10 days at the hospital. It was only while I was recuperating at the hospital that I was told by my friends of their Herculean effort to save my life. This incident, like the ones narrated in the two earlier events, had also its setting in the World War II. I had been working as wireless operator in another warship called HMIS Gondwana, which had been anchored off the Bombay coast. It was in June 1945. The sea was very rough during the monsoon, where we received an urgent message from the Naval Command to proceed to Aden by towing a British ship which was lying in the port due to engine failure. I liked the adventurous trip from my childhood. Though we had received the order in July at a time when the sea was very turbulent, nobody except I was willing to risk a trip on the high seas while I was very rough, but others very earnestly desired that somehow the order might be cancelled. But in the Navy, no one can defy the order, and we had to obey it whether was liked it or not. But even I, who very much liked adventurous voyages since my childhood, began to feel that the trip was a most unpleasant one the moment when we set sail for Aden. But for others who were not willing to undertake the trip in the very beginning, the journey appeared highly uncomfortable and tedious. The ship was tossing in the high seas with tall waves lapping it on all sides. But the suffering of the crew increased greatly when the engine of the ship which we were towing developed further troubles. The speed of our ship had to be curtailed from 22 nautical miles to 2 miles to adjust to the capacity of the defunct engine. So the ship took 12 days to reach Aden, but the distance to Aden would have covered within 5 days if the speed of the ship was not controlled because of the engine trouble. At the beginning of the journey, drinking water had been supplied abundantly in the ship because everyone thought that we could reach Aden within 5 days. All of us had been quite lavish in our consumption of drinking water, and nobody had any inkling of what was really in store for us. As it was felt that we would not be able to complete the trip within 5 days as anticipated earlier, water became a scarce commodity in the ship. But to add to our misfortune, the water purifier in the ship also became defect. It was only with great difficulty that we managed to get a little quantity of water for drinking. Drinking water then was rationed in the ship. We had to stand in long queues to get 2 ounces of water once in 24 hours, which was the quantity we received in the ship. But nobody liked to drink the entire 2 ounces altogether. We would dip our finger into the glass and wet our lips, as drinking water was much costlier than gold. None of us used to take food because the very thought of food would cause a feeling of nausea. I used to lay still on my bed on the second deck after my duty at the wireless operator's cabin, which was on the 8th deck of the ship. I was very tired after my duty because whatever I ate would come out of my belly, and the plight of others in the ship was not different either. While the ship was in motion, the officers in the ship would check the anchor chain every now and then. The anchor chain would sometimes become loose and would be lost in the sea if it was not properly tied, especially when the sea was rough. One night, I was taking a nap after my duty in my cabin on the second deck. The time was around midnight. I had not taken any food because of the sickness, and while I lay on the bed, I lapsed into sleep. That night I had a dream. A tall figure, clad in the white robe, woke me up and said, "Seaman Thomas and Petty Officer Amanullah Khan fell into sea at 2 o'clock." Having said this, the apparition disappeared. Thomas was a Keralite, while Amanullah Khan was a Punjabi. I was startled from the sleep. Immediately I glanced at my watch. The time was 2 minutes past 2. I fell into sleep again, thinking that this kind of dream was not uncommon when one was very weak from seasickness, and consoled myself with the thought that it was all a nightmare. But when I was up the next morning, the ship was as silent as a graveyard and nobody was speaking. When inquired, I was told that 2 persons who had gone to inspect the anchor chain the previous night were drowned in the sea. They lost their grip when the ship was swaying violently in the rough sea and fell into the waters. A search party was immediately pressed into service at the order of the captain, but the rescue party could not find the victims, either dead or alive. I was then dumbfounded when I knew that the 2 victims were Thomas and Amanullah Khan, and that the incident occurred around 2 a.m. Now I would like to tell you another experience which was more unbelievable than this. The great naval mutiny broken out in February 1946 was at least suppressed by the British within an iron hand. I was then working in the warship called HMIS Gondwana, which had played a great role in the aborted naval mutiny, as the ship had become unfit for use following the naval mutiny. The British decided to bring it to Trincomalee for decommissioning. Our warship was accompanied by HMIS Krishna, another warship of the British. Its captain was Commander Krishnan. The journey to Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, is a pleasant experience for every Hindu because it is associated with the epic of Ramayana. Before leaving for Trincomalee, we had collected detail about the historical sites in Sri Lanka. We had learned many things about Sri Lanka, especially the stories contained in the epic. It was in Sri Lanka that the battle between Sri Rama and Ravana was believed to have taken place. The historic Ashokavana, where Sita was hidden in a garden by Ravana after abducting her from the jungles, is situated in Sri Lanka. We had heard about one more place where Sita was believed to have taken her bath. Our informants in Bombay had told about 7 wells believed to have been dug by Sri Rama with his arrows to give water to Lakshmana, his brother, who became unconscious in the battle with the demon king of Sri Lanka. One thing peculiar about these wells was that they contained hot water in all seasons. We had made a decision in the very outset that anyhow we must see the historic places associated with the Ramayana, whatever might be the sacrifices we had to make on that score. But our group consisted of 2 Hindus and a Christian, had no idea where these places were actually located. The 3 of us were rationalists and our intention was to find out the truth in the epics. After the decommissioning of the HMIS Gondwana, we were virtually without any job. We were given permission by the captain of the ship to visit any place we liked, provided we should not flout the discipline in the Navy and should be back before 10 at night. So one morning we set out for the historic places. We made enquiries with the local people and soon we realized that we were in for a wild goose chase, for most of them had only heard about the place. But even then we didn't lose hope. We walked past dusty road while making enquiries with the local people. We then met a Muslim, a native of Tallicherry in Kerala. He told us that we should go to Kanya by bus and then walk a long distance to the site. We eventually got down at Kanya and walked some distance when we saw the board with a pointer, see the 7 wells. The wells were located on a hilltop. Where we reached the spot, we saw many people drawing water from the well. There was a belief among the natives that any chronic diseases would be cured if one took a bath in the water taken from the wells. The wells were square in shape and each well was divided with a laterite wall. One can almost touch the bottom of the wells, but one peculiar thing about the wells was that the water level would remain the same even if one draws any quantity of water from the well. We were returning after seeing the wells and we were at peace with ourselves. While coming down, we saw a mosque at the valley of the hills. When we reached there, we saw a youth standing before the mosque. He appeared fluent in English, Tamil and Sinhala. He told us that there was another place which was more wonderful than the place we had just seen. The grave of an Arab holy man called Hoja Badruddin was situated there. It is 18 feet long and 6 feet wide. If you are interested to see it, I will take you through the forest to the spot, he said. We became curious. We told him that we were quite willing to see the grave. Then we walked behind him through the forest, which was very dense. The sunlight that had filtered through the leafy tangles above was scarcely enough to brighten the surroundings, and even at noon the forest remained enveloped in darkness. We were walking through the forest with the man walking ahead of us. Then an unusual fear began to haunt us. What can we do if the men robbed us for our belongings and dumped us in the forest? There would not be anyone to rescue us from the dense and elephant-infested jungles. For a long time we didn't speak because of fear. After walking some distance, he pointed out a beautiful landscape and said it was the place where the holy man was entombed and that the man came to this place even before the birth of Prophet Muhammad. When we reached the top of the hills, we saw the grave, which was not fortified with stones. It was only an elongated mound of earth. People of all faiths used to visit the place to make votive offerings on the grave. We saw many things hanging on the boughs of the nearby trees, all wrapped in clothes. They were offerings made by the people. We were told that even Englishmen used to pray at the grave. Our guide told us that a python used to come to the grave every Friday. He then pointed at a winding path through which the snake used to crawl into the holy man's grave. We became very happy after seeing the grave because we felt that our adventurous trip was worthwhile. But we didn't make any offerings at the grave nor gave nothing to our guide because he didn't ask for any favor. He simply bade us goodbye with a smile. That night we dreamed of the musk and a handsome old man with a beard along with the young man. The old man seemed to ask all three of us as to why we didn't give the young man anything in return for his service. We were all surprised to hear that all three of us had the same dream. We felt sorry for not giving anything to the youth, and we were troubled by the thought for many days after our adventurous trip to the hills. Now I would like to narrate my experience in the Great Naval Mutiny broke out in 1946 at a naval training school in Bombay called HIMS Talwar, spreading soon to other centers. I was then working in a warship in Bombay called HIMS Gondwana. The provocation for the mutiny was an insulting remark made by the British commanding officer of the training school because a trainee failed to salute him. Angered by the arrogance of the trainee, the British officer passed an offensive remark against the whole lot of Indians. But tension was building up in the Navy many months before the incident, and there was considerable anger and resentment against the British officers. The remark made by British officer was part of the discipline in the armed force, for without the iron hand of discipline, nothing would move in the armed force. But it was only a pretext which the Indians had been waiting for from the last several years. Many still express reservation on the alleged remark by the British officer, for according to them it appeared to be a contrived reason. The naval ratings were waiting for an incident to begin the mutiny, and for them the incident provided the much needed opportunity. The sudden unprovoked mutiny by naval ratings took the British by surprise, and they felt that they were losing control over warships. The Indian National Congress had already declared a relentless war against the British, and the naval ratings also joined their hands with the force opposing them. The British were on the verge of panic because a section of the army and the air force had also joined the strike following several uprisings. Most of the naval departments, such as its communication branch, wireless and visual signaling sections, were manned by South Indians. A large majority among them were Keralites. The news of the uprising was immediately conveyed to the naval personnel in all the colonies of British India, as well as outside the country. Thus the mutiny spread to other parts of the country and also in many parts of British colonies. within a short period. Our communication in English was intercepted by the British officers. Therefore, we employed a novel method. All directions were issued through radio telephony in Malayalam, which the British officers could not understand. Our method was to send communication through radio telephony without specifying the name of ships or the place from where we were sending the messages. We became thrilled when a naval petty officer, Mr. P.K. Nair, briefed up about the course of section we should take to bring the strike to a successful culmination. We were besides ourselves with joy. There was a rule in the Navy that the service personnel should not talk in their mother tongue before the British officers. The ingenuity of the Carlites in inventing a code in Malayalam convinced the British officers about the intelligence of the Carlites. We translate the message for those speaking other Indian languages, and the same was the case with the wireless messages also. The English letters were used to convey the message in Malayalam. When the communication was switched over to Malayalam, the British officers became confused. For them, it became difficult to interpret the messages received in Malayalam, as other Carlite officers in the Navy also kept quiet. The British officers could not take any action against us because they didn't understand our language. We were strictly warned by the British the very next day of the mutiny that if we didn't surrender immediately, all ships anchored off the Bombay harbour would be destroyed with bombs. But it proved to be a bluffing because the Britishers didn't act as they warned. Then things were fast deteriorating. The British massed their troops in our transit camp known as the Castle Barracks, from where they aimed at the ships. Those who first fell to the bullet of the British were Krishnan and Kunyiraman Nair, who were working in the ship as sick berth attendants. Many naval ratings were thus shrouded by the British, but news of their death was strictly censored and it did not trickle down to the outside world. Our ship was anchored off near the Castle Barrack. One day we were standing on the bridge of the ship located on the topmost deck. A Punjabi petty officer, a Carlite, and I. It was from this bridge that the captain of the ship used to view the sea through his binocular to detect the enemy's movement in the sea. Thus the Carlite was standing in a corner of the bridge, while the petty officer and I were in the middle. Suddenly the petty officer put both of his hands on his head and pressed it downwards while himself sitting down at the same time. The next moment 2 bullets whizzed past over my head. It was only then that I understood why the petty officer had put his hands on his head. The bullets penetrated the walls behind us, and if he had not done so, the bullet would have penetrated my forehead. The petty officer had worked in the gunnery for a long time and was very familiar with the arms and ammunition. So he was able to detect the direction of the bullets even before I was aware of it. Really, it was another escape for me from the cold embrace of death. Chapter 2. The Pangs of Partition. December 1947. The northern state of India were in a grip of a cataclysm. Terrible Holocaust had been taking place in the country in the wake of the partition. The bloody riots that had started long before the nation was partitioned into India and Pakistan was recurring with renewed violence, leaving behind a trail of hatred between the two religions. I was in Ajmer at the time when the entire northern part of India had been rocked by communal clashes. I was a trainee at the Bisset Institute, which was subsequently renamed as the Railway Zonal Training School. The special trains carrying refugees from Pakistan were coming to Ajmer also. The trains carried the victims of communal riots. There were horribly mutilated bodies in train compartment, and most of the refugees carried injuries sustained in the attack by Pakistanis. There was a refugee camp near the training school. The trainees of the institute used to visit the refugees camp every evening. We would hear only the wailing of the refugees. Most of them had lost their relatives in the riot and were forced to flee to India, leaving behind all their valuables. A large majority of the refugees were Punjabis, and we could not sleep for many days nor take food after visiting the refugee camps. While the refugees were pouring into Ajmer, there broke out a communal riot in Ajmer. As the police could not control the riot, the army was called in. Curfew was clamped in the area for a few days, but the riots didn't subside. As a result, martial order was proclaimed in Ajmer. The order was to shoot anyone who dared to venture outside before the clamping of martial order. Passengers who belonged to a particular religion were set ablaze in the train compartment after securing the doors and windows from outside. It then became a common occurrence to kill the followers of a religion in train if they happened to be in a minority. Very soon it became evident that it was impossible to carry on our studies at the institute because of the interminable communal riot. We were faced with the problem of bringing provisions to the institute was nobody could move anywhere fearing the rioters. As we could not continue our stay in the hostel because of food scarcity in the wake of a communal riot, we were asked by Mr. Green, our principal, to leave the hostel for a safer place. He suggested that it would be better if we travelled to the south, particularly to Bombay, which was not hit by communal strife. Mr. Green also issued us railway passes warning that we should not go to the north under any circumstances. He also instructed us to return immediately as soon as we received news that normality was restored in Ajmer. After a week, we received information that riots had been under control in Ajmer, and so we decided to return. But most of the trains from Bombay were filled to the capacity with refugees leaving for Pakistan. In those days, many people travelled on rooftop. I managed to squeeze myself into the Bombay Ahmedabad passenger train with my bag and baggages. The train was bursting at the seams and there was not enough space for anyone to put his legs in. I put my box near the door and remained seated on it. Almost all passengers in the train were Muslims, and except some old people, most of them were physically very strong. An old man sitting beside me asked my name, and he fell silent when I disclosed my Nay. As the train was moving fast, I began to sleep seated on the box. At that time, a gentleman sitting on the berth asked me to sit near him. He spoke to me in English, and I replied that as I was feeling comfortable on the box, there was no need for me to sit on the berth. But then he almost commanded me to take my seat on the berth. Then I sheepishly rose from my box and seated on the berth near him. The old man who had earlier asked my name, as well as others in the compartment, mildly admonished the middle-aged man who invited me to sit on the berth. Why did you ask him to sit on the berth when he was sitting comfortably? They asked. Then the man replied with folded arms, he is very young. I thought he would fall from the train while sleeping near the door. As soon as I sat on the berth, he allowed me to sleep on the berth. As I was too tired, I soon lapsed into sleep again. But the man who invited me to sit near him didn't sleep. Later I know that he was keeping awake the whole night to save me from the rioters. The train reached Ahmedabad station nearly next morning. I had to board the meter gauge train to Ajmer from Ahmedabad. I was walking briskly through the platform holding my box when middle-aged man accosted me on the platform. Do you know why I had seated you on the berth? He asked. They were preparing to throw you out from the train at midnight. But fortunately for you, they were not aware of my presence. Immediately I fell on his feet with tears rolling down my cheeks as I could not find words to thank him. I hugged him warmly and with all humility. I asked for his address, but he said with a smile that there was no need for it. He told me that he was going to Delhi and there was very chance that we would meet again. Then he took leave of me and walked past the platform and disappeared into the crowd. I could only watch him walking past the platform. But I never met that man again who saved my life on that faithful night. I didn't know then that it was a common occurrence to throw out people from running train who believed in the opposite religion. Soon I was traveling to Ajmer by the meter gauge train. The time was about noon. 4 men who were sturdy and well built entered the compartment. They wore badges on their chest which revealed their religious identity. They looked all over the compartment and caught hold of some men belonging to a particular religion. Holding their feet and head on both sides, they flung out 4 passengers out of the running train, one after the other, and among them was an old Muslim whose cries for help still ring in my ears. Immediately I thought my Savior at the previous night. If he had not seated me on the berth, I too would have been thrown out of the compartment. After that incident, I had encountered death on several times. In each incident, I was saved at the nick of time. Then I would remember the word of the middle-aged man that we would meet again. Was it in this way that we met again and again? Why was it he didn't give me his address? Despite my humble request, these questions still remain unanswered. My wartime service at the Royal Indian Navy ended by 1947. Immediately after relieving myself from the Navy, I secured admission to the Railway Viset Institute at Ajmer as a trainee. It was only just 3 months since we got the political freedom. Because of this one could feel the hangover of the British in every field. This meant that we had not yet changed over to the Indian style. During that period, the caste and religious difference were more pronounced in the northern state than in the south. Caste and religion dominated every field, and even the petty business in railway station was divided on caste and religious lines. Thus, in those far-off days, there were Hindu tea and Muslim tea, Hindu Kana and Muslim Kana. Those who ran kiosks or bunks at a railway station used to call out loudly that they sold either Hindu or Muslim tea. Those belonging to Hindu and Muslim faiths had their tea and snacks only at their respective religious stalls. We had also a Hindu and Muslim mess at our railway school. As a large majority of the trainees were Hindus, the members of the Hindu mess were numerically stronger than the Muslim mess, which had only about 50 members. The total number of the trainees were 850 at that time. As there was a large number at the Hindu mess, the quality of food served at the mess was poor. This was in sharp contrast to the Muslim mess, where the food was not substandard as in Hindu mess. Besides, in the Muslim mess, one got non-vegetable dishes such as biryani, mutton curry and fried fish by paying an extra amount of 3 rupees per month. The price of mutton in Ajmer was so cheap at that time. It cost only 4 annas for a pound of raw mutton, 1/4 of an Indian rupees. There were 6 Carmelites at the institute, consisting of 5 Hindus and a Christian. On the very first day of my joining at the institute, a Carmelite named Balan, a native of Tellicherry, confided to me that the food at Hindu mess was poor and that it would be better for me to join Muslim mess. The only Christian trainee had his food at the Muslim mess. My friend also assured me that if I joined the Muslim mess, other Keralites who were already taking food from the Hindu mess would also follow suit. Thus I joined the Muslim mess and was the first Hindu to take food at the Muslim mess. A chief petty officer in the Navy who had served with me in Navy was also undergoing training at the institute at the time. When he saw me taking food at the Muslim mess, he was very much annoyed with me. One day he called Mr. Balan, who had advised me to join the Muslim mess, and administered him a stern warning. "Why did you compel Narayanan to join the Muslim mess?" he asked. "Is not he a Hindu? It will lead to severe consequences," he warned. I felt pity for the petty officer because while in the Navy most of the cook were Muslims and he had also enjoyed the food cooked by Muslims. But my friend replied that we were Keralites and there was no such difference among us. But when the altercation between the petty officer and Mr. Balan was on the verge of passing blows, the situation was diffused with the intervention of others. Other Keralites at the school also joined the Muslim mess, lest I should be isolated by others. Soon things reached a point of no return with the air of other trainees directed against us. We tried to defend ourselves by saying that in Kerala there was no such difference as a Hindu and a Muslim. Moreover, both the communities have been living in perfect harmony for several generations, and there had been no communal riots in Kerala. There both Hindu and Muslims exchanged greetings on festive occasions by partaking each other's meals. I also tried to convince others that the meals in Hindu mess was not good, but my North Indian Hindu friends didn't believe our version. My Christian friend and I had joined the Institute for Station Masters Training, which had a long duration. But most of my Carolite friends were undergoing training as ticket collectors, guards, and booking clerks. By the time another riot took place in Ajmer, others had already completed their training, leaving me and my Christian friend to fend for ourselves. Then I became the only Hindu in the school who was still taking meals at the Muslim mess. Many of my Hindu friends came to me several times to persuade me to discontinue the practice of taking food at the Muslim mess. But I remained firm and insisted with all the force at my command that there were no such differences in Kerala. The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, a militant organization of Hindus, was fast becoming a major force in northern India by skillfully exploiting the communal feeling among the Hindus. Almost all refugees who were flowing in unending stream from Pakistan and who had suffered greatly from Muslim communal elements became the ardent supporters of the RSS. Besides, most of the government servants had also rallied behind the organization. The fledgling government at New Delhi, which had completed only 3 months in office, found itself in a tight spot because of the refugee problem and the growing incidence of fanaticism among the Hindus. As I refused to switch over the Hindu mess, most of the Hindu inmates were seething with rage against me. They therefore informed the RSS about my joining the Muslim mess and my refusal to quit the mess despite strong pressure on their part. But I didn't know anything about it then. But my Christian friend overheard the hushed up conversation, and putting 2 and 2 together, he came to the right conclusion that the Hindu fanatics at the hostel were planning to kill me. But he didn't disclose it to me at that time, fearing that I might get panicky. But later I knew that he was very vigilant after that and had followed me wherever I went. The only offense I committed was that I took regular meals at the Muslim mess. But except this, they all behaved with me very cordially, and I also reciprocated their gesture. But they couldn't stand the sight of myself taking food at the Muslim mess, and they all kept this vendetta in their hearts. Many people used to visit the hostel then. I understood later that all those were RSS activists who had come there to identify me and find out the spot where I used to sleep at night. Meanwhile, the communal riot reached its peak and the army was called out. As the disturbance didn't abate with the clamping of curfew, the government was compelled to proclaim martial law. Soon it became evident that life would come to a standstill because of scarcity of essential commodities. The running of the hostel at that turbulent period became all the more difficult. So our principal asked us to leave the place and return only after the riot had subsided in Ajmer. We returned again after a week. Ajmer was quiet by then, though the army was patrolling the streets. But I noticed a sense of sadness on the face of other inmates. The next day, they all came to me and said they all felt very sorry for me and beseeched my pardon. They told me that they did it, unable to bear the sight of myself taking meals at the Muslim mess. But I couldn't understand what they were saying. Then they confessed that they had informed the RSS to kill me. They ravelled the plot that on a Wednesday night they had planned to kill me and also marked a swastika on my coat for the purpose. But fortunately for me, the day they had chosen to kill me was the second day after the principal had told us to leave the place. But as the conspiracy was hatched beforehand, they had no idea that the principal would dismiss the class because of the riot. Later I found out the swastika mark on my coat. I was only a small boy among the well-built and giant figures of the Punjabi and other North Indian inmates. I was also the youngest among them in respect of age. I told my friends that my time had not come to die. I also related the incident that occurred the previous day on the train, when a middle-aged man served me from Muslim fanatics. But thereafter they all became friendly and allowed me to take food at the Muslim mess. A few months before India's independence, I was working in Gunnery School, situated on the beautiful island of Manora near Karachi, which is now in Pakistan. The name of school was HMIS Himalaya because of the tumultuous campaign for the partition of India carried on by the Muslim League. The whole of North India was seething with communal sentiments and people were being butchered by fanatics of both sides on the communal divide. At that time, it was virtually impossible to undertake a safe journey for anyone from Karachi to Delhi or from Bombay to other North Indian states. If anybody dared to travel through the trouble-torn area, it meant that he was signing his own death warrant. Then came the order from the naval headquarters to inform immediately our option to the higher-ups. In simple terms, it meant that we should inform them the name of the country we would like to serve after partition, India or Pakistan, because the Royal Indian Navy had already been divided into India and Pakistan Navy. Though we the Hindu had opted for India, we had to travel through the riot-torn area. There was no guarantee that we would reach Bombay safely, and the order sent a shiver down our spines. Most of the Muslims, except for a few South Indian Muslims, opted for the Pakistan Navy. Those who had opted for Indian Navy were sent out from Karachi before August 10. One of my desires that I had nurtured since my childhood was to see the Taj Mahal. I was so attracted towards Taj while I was just 10 years old. The man who had prompted me to see the Taj was my social studies teacher. I still remember his classes. He used to delineate in the class the immortal love of Shah Jahan with Mumtaz, and the Taj was the embodiment of their love. We used to be carried away on the wings of fancy to the far distant Taj because of the finest lecture of the teacher, which had the effect of a sound and light drama on his students. Because of all this, I had already made up my mind to see the Taj while returning from Karachi. I was even prepared to die for the sake of seeing the monument. Many of my colleagues had also expressed the same desire to see the Taj Mahal, but finding that the journey through Delhi would be dangerous, they all took a different route to reach Bombay. As the desire to see the Taj was smoldering in my heart, I decided to throw caution to the wind and made up my mind to see it, whatever might be its consequences. But there was none to accompany me except a friend of mine called Krishnan, and he was a native of Kerala like myself. We were some travelling by the Karachi-Lahore Express. The train had halted only at important stations because of the communal riot. On the second day of our journey, the train was fast nearing the Lahore cantonment, and the time was about 11 a.m. My friend and I noticed blood oozing from the nearby ladies' compartment. We immediately pulled the chain and informed the guard. When he opened the bogie, we saw a sickening and a most horrible spectacle. We saw 38 bodies lying in the compartment with their heads severed. They were the bodies of 22 women and 16 children, and I felt blood curdling in my veins. Nobody was sure about the place where the tragedy had occurred or who had committed the most gruesome deed. The bodies could not be identified as their heads had already been severed. We later knew that it was the terrible deed perpetrated by fanatics who had acquired the expertise in jumping into running trains. Almost all passengers in the train became terror-stricken because anything might happen to them during their onward journey. In the next station, almost all passengers in the train might be butchered by the fanatics, and there was just nothing that we could do to prevent its occurrences. When we reached the Lahore cantonment, the compartment was shunted off and entrusted to the custody of railway officials there. Nobody in the compartment had the courage to see the spectacle again, though some of them might have been injured to the daily occurrence of such horrible crimes. Both of us were teetering on the verge of the madness. When we eventually landed at the Lahore station, nobody was allowed to move as martial law had already been proclaimed in the area. When we were about to put our feet on the platform, a bullet whizzed past my head. Then we saw the marauders fleeing the platform after shooting down 3 passengers. All these things were happening when there was a strong police force on the platform. We felt like deers which had inadvertently lost their way and found themselves before a lion. We could not talk as our throat became parched, and though we had taken only light refreshment the previous evening, we were neither thirsty nor hungry, as I could not read the signboard of Lahore at the station. I asked my friend to read it. He said he too was unable to read it, and then we embraced each other and cried for a long time on the platform. The train bound for Delhi was already on the platform, but in our confused state of mind, we could not locate it. It was only when there were 5 minutes left for the departure of the train that we boarded the train with our bag and baggages. We somehow got into the train and it left the station to continue its long and arduous journey to Delhi. The spectacle was so from the moving train were even more pathetic, where there was moonlight around and nobody in the train was sleeping. In the open ground, we saw 2 groups of people fighting each other with swords. As the train was moving fast, we saw a whole village being set on fire. Women and children from the houses were wailing aloud, and there was nobody to succor them. The site we had seen was between Amritsar and Ludhiana. When we reached the Delhi station, I had to hear the angry words of my friend that he was made to suffer all this because of my mad desire to see the Taj. Surely I had taken great pains to see the Taj for the first time. The influx of refugees to Ajmer was continuing unabated in the wake of the communal holocaust that had gripped in North Indian state. As the number of refugees began to increase day by day, communal tension was running high, with the whole region expecting the impending cataclysm, and already there had been minor incidents of the two groups attacking each other on the streets. One day a friend of mine and I were returning from the town. The time was around 5 in the evening. Suddenly we saw a crowd running towards us. The crowd was in a state of communal hysteria. The people were shouting, "Pagdo, Pagdo, catch him, catch him." And their carry was a 15-year-old boy. We could not understand anything. At first we thought that the boy might have committed a crime or snatched away some valuables. The boy was running at a high speed, followed by the milling crowd. At last the crowd overtook him and flung him on the ground. He was pleading desperately to save his life. "Please don't kill me," he said in a terror-stricken voice. But the crowd did not heed his pleas for mercy. Then the boy of his own age was asked to stand on his back. He climbed over the boy, who was lying prostrate on the ground. The boy stood on his back as if he was going to perform a circus feat. Then someone from the crowd handed him a piece of iron rod, with which he was asked to strike on his head. His agonized screams for help rang out in the surroundings, but mercifully the boy was dead after the third blow. We ran immediately, unable to stand the terrible sight, stopping only at the hostel. We knew later that a communal riot had broken out in the town, and what we had seen was the first incident that sparked off the riot. In Ajmer, those days almost 90% of the dhobis, tailors and barbers were Muslims. There was a man named Hussein who used to launder the clothes of the hostel inmates. He was a witty old fellow, about 60 years old. He was a tall and lean man and was also quite healthy. He used to call him Hassan the wrestler, half jokingly, to which he would reply, "Look, I have strength to fight for people like you." Every evening he would come to the hostel carrying the bundle of clothes on his head. He would collect the dirty and soiled dress of the hostel inmates after returning their washed clothes. His near relatives had all left for Pakistan after the partition, but his family chose to remain in India. He used to say that he would not leave his native land, the place where he had been born. On that faithful day, he had reached the hostel earlier. The riot had not started them, but he had no courage to return home because the riot had broken out in the town by then and was already exacting its toll. We, the careless, took pity on the helpless man. We called him to our room and said that we would hide him in the hostel. In turn, we extracted the promise from him that he would not tell it to anybody after the riot. For the sake of Khwaja Muhinuddin, entombed in the Ajmer Dargah, Please do not tell it to anyone, we pleaded with him. I shall not tell it to anyone, even if it cost my life, he said. Other inmates of the hostel were standing in front of the building, eagerly expecting the news of the riot. We were then using the military barracks constructed during the war as our hostel. There were rows of cots on either side of the barrack, leaving a narrow passage in the middle. We hid him under a cot and barricaded on the three sides with our luggages and boxes. On the fourth side was the wall. We then spread a sheet across the beds, which reached down the floor. We did the camouflage in perfect order that it did not raise the suspicion of others. But as it was the cold season, we needed more blankets for the use of the unfortunate launderer. After we hid him under the cot, there arose the problem which was more difficult to tackle. The men had to be fed daily and had also to be taken out to the toilet. If others got any suspicion and raided our premises, we would indeed be in trouble. So a terrible responsibility devolved on our shoulders. We thought it over and drew up an ingenious plan. One of us should bring Hussein outside at midnight after everyone had gone to sleep. After taking our meals from the hotel mess, we would bring chapatis and put it under the cot. We would also give him water in a small glass. All this he gulped down sitting under the cot, and nobody knew about it except our small group consisting only of Carolites. There was also another problem to tackle. The sweeper would come every morning with his broom to sweep the premises. We told him not to sweep under our coat, as we had neatly piled up our belongings. We also gave him some money, and he was quite happy. It was a terrible task to take Hussein out each night to the toilet. The season was extremely cold. Even at noon, one would shiver in the marrow, and at night the cold was even worse. So one of us had to get up at each night, shivering with the cold, and it was unthinkable to bring him out from his burrow without attracting the attention of others. We tended him for a week. When the riot had subsided, Hussein was virtually teetering on the verge of homesickness. He was also terribly upset. He was not sure whether his family was alive. Each day he would voice his anxiety about his family. One night, when it was my turn to take him out, he confided to me of his anxiety about his family. He burst into tears and requested me to let him go. I told this to my friends, and we all decided that if he was so keen to see his family, it would be better to let him go. So one day, when other had gone for lunch, we asked him to go to his village. The riot had subsided by then, and everything was normal. But Hussein was an unlucky man. He did not have the opportunity to see his family. That day, while he was on his way to the village, he was killed by the riots. When we knew about it the next day, we felt as if we had lost a child. We saw painstakingly tended. For many days, we thought about him and his terrible plight. It was a paradox. Though we gave him shelter for a week, he was at last killed. while on his way to see his wife and children. Chapter 3. My strange experience as a railway official. The climate in Safala, a place situated on the outskirts of Bombay, is biting cold in the month of December and January, with the whole place remaining enveloped in mist even after the sun is well up in the sky. It is only around noon that one would feel the warmth of the sun, and that too would be eclipsed by the terrible cold wind descending from the distant hills. The brief period of sunlight would relapse into a prolonged period of intense cold towards the evening, and people would be shivering in their bone, even if they are tucked under double blankets. It would be difficult to see the nearest object in the all-pervading fog. In the electrified station, the light would not be switched off till the morning, and in other station lights would burn in the signal posts till 8 a.m. There was an overbridge in Safala station. As it was a double-line section, it was only through the overbridge that passengers could cross the track. There would always be train on either side of the station, and it would be impossible to cross the track, and anyone attempting to cross it has to do so at great risk of his life. But the railway staff would normally cross the track, as their residential quarters were situated nearby. This they do to reach their destination early. There are flights of steps leading to all platforms, mostly for the use of railway's technical staff. One December morning, I was coming to the station for duty. It was nearly 6, but I could scarcely see the surroundings because of the all-pervading mist. I got down from the platform through the flight of steps and walked 2 steps when I suddenly saw a train heading toward the south. It was the Frontier Mail. The train was late for 3 hours that day, and I stood there awaiting for the train to pass by. The Frontier Mail thundered by a few seconds, and when the train had gone, I had a feeling that I was not standing on proper ground, and that the object on which I was standing appeared rather soft. I bent forward and was petrified to see that I was standing on a body. Immediately I went to the station and told my colleagues about it. They all said no accident had taken place in the previous night, and we together repaired to the spot where the body was lying. Then we found, to our dismay, that the body was lying without its head. Soon we searched for the head, and we found it about 30 feet away from the body. The body was that of a youth about 25 years of age. He was wearing a steel bangle called gada on his hand, and from this we understood that the youth was a Sikh. We could not make out whether it was a case of suicide or just an accidental death. He had in his pocket a ticket from Delhi to Bombay, but the body carried no injury marks. If he had fallen off from the running train, the body would have borne several marks of injuries. Moreover, his head would not have been severed from the body. Then the only explanation was that he might have committed suicide. But would anyone coming from Delhi to Bombay submit suicide at Safala? There are many places between Delhi and Bombay to commit such a thing. Then was he murdered elsewhere and the body dumped on the railway track? To add to our suspicion, there was no trace of blood anywhere on the track, and except for the ticket, he had no money in his pocket. The body was later cremated by the police, but his death still remains a mystery, for nobody turned up thereafter seeking any clue for the death of the unfortunate youth. The incident described in the following pages took place in 1975 while I was working as the head of the Kalwa Road station. The station master at Kalwa Road had to work from 6 am to 2 pm in those days. Even after the duty hours were over, he had to work in his office attending to official correspondence and preparing report to the department higher ups. It would take nearly 2 hours to complete the work. As I was the station in charge, my duty stretched to almost 24 hours, and in other words, I had been duty bound for the whole day. The railway was then implementing the panel interlocking system, and because of this, the head station master had been the overall supervisor of the station. It was only with the permission of the superior officers that a head station master could leave his premises. Except for a few shops and houses of the rich situated to the west of the station, most of the village consisted of vast acres of fields and some clusters of huts thrown up among them. After nightfall, the village would be agog with loud talks and wailing of the women, and some of them could be heard scolding their husbands. The villagers were poor and mostly coolies earning their daily wages by toiling in the fields of the rich landowners. But the reason for the commotion in the household every night was that almost all men in the locality were addicted to drinks. They would spend their hard earning on liquor, and it was the duty of the woman to keep the kettle boiling in the huts. The quarters of the railway staff were situated on either side of the platform. The quarters of the station master and that of the assistant station masters were situated to the south of the platforms, while the houses of the cabinmen and other assistants were located on the north of the station. One night I was awakened by the screams of a woman. At first I could not make out from where the wailing of the woman came, and after listening for a few minutes I went to sleep again, thinking that it would be the usual screams from the workers' huts. The screaming was repeated for the second time after a brief interval. A woman was crying aloud in a high-pitched voice to save her from her predicament. She was calling all and sundry in her moments of agony. I listened to the sound for a full hours, and then I understood that the sound didn't come from any of the huts, but it came from the south of the platform. I took a torch and walked toward the sound, lighting the torch all the while. When she saw that somebody was approaching with a torch, she started calling again. She was crying aloud to put her on the platform, and her wailing were intermingled with pleas for help. I was overwhelmed by the sight. A young woman was lying on the track. One of her legs was severed from below the knee. Also, flesh from her buttocks had been crushed under the wheel. Her clothes were all turned to ribbons. I could scarcely believe my eyes, for it was this unfortunate girl who had screamed for nearly an hour, and yet she was conscious. I consoled her with the words that I would soon come with others to lift her into the platform. I walked to the station, but the duty station master and the pointsman were unaware of the incident. Evidently, they had not heard the screams of the woman. The incident occurred on the southern side of the platform, and as the wind was blowing on the opposite direction, they could not hear the wailing of the woman. But unfortunately, the duty station master was not made for the stuff to witness incident like this. He would virtually faint if he happened to see any scene of tragedy. But it was his task as the duty station master to render the first aid to the victim. But the duty station master was apparently in no mood to render the first aid to the victim. He told me that he just couldn't stand such sight and pleaded with me desperately to render all help to the injured woman. I asked him to inform the train controller and went to the site of the tragedy with the duty pointsman carrying the first aid box. She cried after seeing me again and said I was her savior. The pointsman hoisted her onto the platform before picking up her severed leg. They dressed her wound on the spot, but blood was not oozing, much as it had already clotted on the severed leg. They applied a soothing balm on her wound and put her in a stretcher while I jotted down her statement. This was also the duty of the station master, but he was not willing to do it either. She told me her name was Shalini and she was aged 22. She was a native of Ahmedabad and she had passed the secondary school examination. Her father was working as a mechanical engineer in a private company in Ahmedabad. Then she poured out her tale of woes. Her mother had died when she was young, and her father married for the second time and had 4 children. Her father used to beat her up and harasses her always. His thinking was that as he would have to pay a huge amount of dowry at the time of her marriage, it would be better to send her out of his house. So he hatched a conspiracy with her uncle, and accordingly he sent her out of his residence. But her uncle welcomed her to his house, promising that he would make her a film actress in Bombay. She believed his words and came with her uncle, who pretended to be her savior. So they boarded the train to Bombay and aligned at the Kalwa Road station. He promised that he would take her to Bombay by the next train, and both of them sat on a bench on the platform. As she was tired after the train journey, she slept on the bench. At midnight, her uncle dragged her and pushed her before a speeding goods train while she was still asleep. But fortunately for her, she fell in between the platform and the speeding train and was thus saved from being run over by the train. We then bundled her into an express train to the hospital in Bombay, accompanied by a pointsman. We also handed over her statement to the guard. A few days later, the railway police arrested her father and uncle at Ahmedabad. They were all surprised to see the police, since they were under the impression that the girl might have died. The police handcuffed them and brought to the Kalwa Road station. They hung their hands in shame before the onlookers and didn't tell anything when the police showered abuses on them. After recuperating at the hospital, She was brought to the scene of the tragedy. The purpose was to show the place where she was pushed before the train and also to recognize her tormentors. When she saw me on platform, she said with folded arms and with tears flowing down her cheeks, "Master Sahib, you are my savior, my parents and my God." I was transferred from the Kalwa Road station when the case was under trial in the court. She had confessed in the court that her uncle had wrapped her in a corner on the platform before pushing her before the train. He might have thought that no evidence would come out as the girl was to die within a few hours. The incident was played up prominently by all newspapers in Bombay. The court had received evidence of her father paying money to her uncle to kill her and thus sentenced both of them to life imprisonment on the strength of the evidence. While working at the Surat station, my neighbor was a Maharashtrian called Padak. He was a gentleman and was staying in the railway quarters with his wife and their 1.5-year-old child. My family was also small, consisting of wife and an 8-month-old baby. Though my colleague's wife had given birth to 10 children, none of them had survived. The 20-month-old baby was her 11th pregnancy, and the couple tended the newborn baby with so much care and affection. My wife was almost like a sister to my neighbor's wife. While I was away for duty, she was a good companion to my wife. In fact, both of them were of immense help to each other towards of the boredom and loneliness at a time while their husbands were away from home. I was transferred to Amalner in 1960, which was situated 175 miles from Surat. It was with deep sorrow that we bade farewell to the Marathi family because the emotional ties between the two families was too close to be severed. Amalner was a small town then and the population consisted of Hindus, Parsis, Muslims and also of people who spoke different languages. After I got married in 1958, I had no opportunity to visit my parents in my hometown. There were many reasons for this, and one was that it was very difficult to get leave in those days. It was also difficult to get another man for the post, and even if one was found at last, most probably his service would not be available in time. There were some cases of the marriage of railway staff being postponed as the bridegrooms didn't get leave on time. Some of them later moved the court after their bitter experience, and the railway was compelled to issue an order that if leave was granted for marriage purpose, that official concerned should be relieved immediately. Because of all this, I could not send my wife home for her first delivery. As station masters, drivers and guards belonged to the essential service category. Their leave could be cancelled at the last moment without assigning any reason. As there was a relief staff in Amalner, I entertained the hope of getting leave to visit my parents. Though I was entitled to take 1 month's leave a year, what I got instead was just 20 days leave in 2.5 years. But a railwayman who was sanctioned leave would have no peace of mind till he actually began the journey back home, because he would be troubled by the thought that his higher authorities might cancel the leave at any time without giving any reason for their strange action. But we soon found ourselves on the first lap of our journey back home after many years, and I was immensely pleased with myself for having managed to secure sufficient leave. When the train reached Surat, my wife entertained the desire to see the old family. But if we left the platform, leaving our bag and baggages to the mercy of bag lifters, there would not be anything left in it when we reached the platform. As the cloakroom was located far away from the platform, I could not hand over my belongings there. So I told her that I would rather remain on the platform watching our luggages. So my wife went to see her old friend by taking our young daughter along with her while I stood on the platform. The train would remain at the station for nearly 1 hour and there was enough time for her to visit the family and get back to the station in time. At that time, there was no overbridge linking the station and the colony, and there would be goods train on all the 5 goods line. So, anybody who wanted to reach the staff quarters had to kneel down and cross the track under the goods wagon. If one took the route through the underbridge, it would take nearly half an hour. So everyone preferred to shortest way of crossing the rail track by kneeling under the goods wagon. So my wife also took the shortest route by crossing the rail track under the goods wagon. The family of Pathak was pleasantly surprised when they saw my wife with her child. After exchanging pleasantries, they bade farewell to each other and she was just coming to the platform by crossing the tracks. There were 5 rows of goods trains stationed on the track at the time. My wife crossed all the 4 lines holding our daughter in her hand. While crossing under the 5th train, it began to move, and with commendable presence of mind, she fell flat on the ground under the train, holding close to the track. Those who were standing on the platform were asking her to remain there till the train had passed. Seeing the people gathered on the platform and asking someone to remain under the moving train, I became curious and wanted to know what it was all about. I had not the slightest inkling that it was my wife and a daughter who were lying on the ground under the train. Cold sweat trickled down my body and I began to tremble from head to foot when I saw the sight. At first sight, I thought that she had been hit by the moving train. But the people gathered there consoled me with the words that nothing had happened to them and they were just lying on the ground and they would soon get up when the train had passed. The train passed, but she was still lying on the ground. After a few minutes, she screwed up enough courage and slowly got up and came to the platform with our child. At that time, I had lost my power of speech and just stood there gaping at my wife, who was slowly walking towards the platform. This was not the only occasion when my wife had a close encounter with death. The second incident occurred while I was working at the Safala station. One day, we had gone to Bombay to visit a family at Villiperli. We had talking to the family members for a long time, and when we came to the platform, we saw that our train was already on the platform. Immediately, I jumped into the first class compartment as the train would halt there only for 30 seconds. While my wife was trying to get into the compartment, the train had started to move. She was making desperate efforts to board the train by running along with the train, and I was holding her hand with all the force at my command, but she couldn't get into the compartment. As it was the first class bogie, there were only a few passengers in the compartment. They were seated inside their coupe and they could not see or hear our desperate effort. The train was gaining speed each second and she was asking me to loosen my grip so that she could jump into the platform, but I couldn't do so, fearing that she might fall into the platform and it would prove very fatal. The motorman of the train was eventually not aware of the incident, but those standing on the platform were making frantic gesticulations and were shouting to pull her on into the compartment. If I loosened my hold on her hand, both of us would fall down on the rail track and would be cut into pieces. Sometimes she might fall on the platform with her head striking against the floor in the impact of the fall. I was praying silently to all the gods in the heaven to save us from our terrible ordeal. I am not a strong man and was not physically well built to lift a stout woman onto the compartment, but I performed a physical feat which would have been impossible for me to do under normal circumstances. I pulled my wife with all the forces at my command and finally put her into the compartment. By the time I did this incredible feat, the train had left the platform and both of us would have been thrown out of the running train if I could not drag her inside at the right moment. Can a train engine run through the fields? Unbelievable. But that was what had happened near the Canberra railway station under the Western Railway. I was transferred as head of the Canberra station, December 1962. The nearby stations were situated at Degwad and Nandurbar. The places around Degwad were deserted and there were only a few tribal hamlets far away from Degwad. People therefore depend on Nandurbar for their daily needs. It was the district headquarters and was also an important trading center, though people used to travel to Degwad through village roads by bullock cart and lorries. The road would become unfit for traffic once the monsoon had set in. Then the only means of transport was the railway. Then one day in December, a coupled engine was fast heading to Udina, where there was an engine shed. It had started from Biswan and covered the first 92 miles without any hitch. The Degwad station was the first one from Nandurbar to Udina. It was about 4 in the afternoon and the air was warm and sultry. When the engine had left the Nandurbar station, it was literally flying on the track by raising cloud of dust behind it. When the coupled engine passed the Degwad station, some officials were exclaimed, "Why do they go in such a high speed?" There was a shunting line on the west of the Degwad station and also a dead end. The engine, which had to pass through the straight line, derailed and entered the side line, and from there it galloped on the nearby field. In normal circumstances, it would come to a halt between the joints of two lines. But in this case, it didn't happen and the engine ran through the fields for nearly 100 yards and capsized on the field, killing its crew. All the 4 victims were in their middle or late 20s and 2 of them were just married. 3 of them died on the spot while the 4th man, a Parsi, died sometimes later. He was crying in great pain because some part of his entrails had got hooked on a protruding shaft of the engine. The poor man was in deep agony and he requested the onlookers to pull him out of the engine. His pleas for help rent the air. "Please take me out of by cutting my entrails," He yelled in pain. The news of the disaster was flashed on the nearest station at Nandurbar. Doctors and paramedical staff then set out for the Degwad station with their medical kit. As soon as the youth saw the doctor, he pleaded with them to cut off his belly and take him out of the engine. He told the doctors that he was sure to die and requested him to let him die peacefully. The youth, who was pinned down under the engine, was somehow pulled out after cutting off his entrails. Though he knew well that he was dying, he showed magnificent courage. Though bleeding profusely all over, the first thing he did was to pray to God in accordance with his religious custom. He then wanted to see the station master of Degwad, who was familiar to him and other staff members. He bade farewell to the doctors and the paramedical staff with folded hands. Then he breathed his last. One of the assistants in the ill-fated engine was the son of an engine driver who was a friend of mine. He knew of the accident when he had reached the Baswal station. He wanted to confirm the report through control phone. When he received the news that his son had died in an accident, he collapsed on the ground. Later, he and his family were brought to the site in a special train. The scene near the mishap was heart-rending. The railway later ordered an inquiry into the mishap, but no officer could explain how the engine had run for 100 meters through the field. Even the villagers could not believe when they were told that a train engine had run through the field. The inquiry officials could not find any fault with the station master, for he had done his duty well. It was also proved that only the main line to Canberra station had been set by the railway staff for the passage of the engines. Then how the accident occurred, it still remained a riddle. On another occasion, I saw a friend of mine dying painfully under a train. While I was working at the Safala station, I had a friend named Dr. B.N. Joshi. Though he was a native of Mysore in Karnataka, he had almost become a Maharashtrian, as he had been staying there for a long time and had settled with his family at Manikpur. There was also one more reason why he became a Maharashtrian, for he married a native woman and was leading a happy life. As doctors used to be in those far-off days, and even now, my friend Joshi was a busybody. He had a dispensary 5 miles from Safala. As soon as he alighted at the station, he would go in the taxi to his dispensary there. Though he would treat the patient there only for 2 hours, he was a busy doctor. He would return to the railway station in the evening to go to Manikpur, but most of the day the train would be late, forcing him to remain at the station for some time. While waiting for the train, he used to come to my office, and both of us would spend the time by talking about the current topics. So he became a great friend of mine, and he used to treat my family whenever my wife or children fell ill, but he would not accept anything from us by way of fees. In those days, I suffered from a strange disease. If I ate anything, it would come out of my belly by vomiting. So for a long period, I could not eat anything, and I survived only by taking some drinks containing only the vitamins. So I decided to go to Bombay for getting advanced treatment, and before leaving, I consulted my friend. He told me that it was not a serious disease and I would be cured of the disease shortly if I followed his prescription. Soon I was bedridden and Dr. Joshi became my physician and didn't charge anything from me. I was soon cured of the disease and was all right to attend my duties. One day, while coming after seeing Dr. Joshi at Manikpur, I made up my mind to visit another friend of mine who was living in Vasi, situated above 5 miles from Manikpur. It was a long time since we had met, and though he had invited me several times to his residence, I could not go there because of various preoccupations. So I was waiting for the bus to go to his house and was pleasantly surprised to see him waving his hand from a bus. Soon I boarded the same bus and reached the station. He told me that he was going to Virar for a urgent purpose and was unable to invite me to his house. I consoled him that I would come to his home on another occasion, and both of us aligned from the bus near the railway station. When he reached the station, the train bound for Virar had already reached the platform. As I was going to Borivali, I had to board the train from another platform. My friend was walking fast to board the train to Virar, and when he was about to get into the compartment, he slipped and fell on the rail track and met with an agonizing death before me. I could not sleep many days after the incident. I would get up from my bed shivering with fright, the scene of the tragedy appearing before my eyes. Was it in his last moment that I had thought it fit to visit him? Was it his fate to die on what day in front of me? I had been many scenes of tragedy before, but none of the incident had persisted for several days, causing me to lay awake on the bed for the whole night. The incident described in the following pages occurred while I was the head of the Sanjan station on the Bombay-Baroda double line section of the Western Railway. It was through Sanjan that the Parsis first came to India, and therefore it is a center of pilgrimage of the religious group. It was from Sanjan that they migrated to other places such as Udwada, Bulsar, Navsari and Surat. Sanjan is an important station and is also a busy one, being the pilgrim center of the Parsis. Many express trains had their stop at Sanjan station. It is also a place famous for sapota, which are available there in abundance. The fruits are exported to many places in the country from there. The Bombay-Baroda passenger train reached at the station at 11:30 am. It would remain there for 45 minutes to unload the parcel dispatched from all centers and also to load the luggages to other places. During the 45 minutes halt of the train, some 2 or 3 passenger train would also pass through the station. It was on October 7, 1976. The Bombay-Baroda passenger train had just received the signal to take off from the Ambergam station. When the train was already in motion, a group of passengers shouted from a compartment that they heard some queer sound just below the bogie. The train was therefore detained at the station for some time, but as the origin of the sound could not be located at the station, the train moved on to Sanjan, which was the nearest station, as the train would normally halt at the station for 45 minutes. It was decided to make further investigation into the origin of the sound at Sanjan. The train controller, then G. Shah, called me over phone and explained the matter. He wanted me to give prime importance to the safety and security of the passengers rather than the time lost in locating the cause of the sound. I therefore came to the platform with 2 point men and thoroughly searched each and every compartment. But some passengers in the middle compartment said they suspected that the sound had its origin just below their bogie. But we could not locate the fault. Then somebody suggested that we should go to the offside of the compartment and make a thorough search there, and we soon found to our dismay that the sound originated somewhere near the vacuum cylinder. I therefore seated myself comfortably on the nearby line and was engaged in checking the fault. Then I heard the hooting of the train speeding in from some distance. As my entire attention was focused on the vacuum cylinder, I could not understand that it was the whistle of another train. Then suddenly the 4 passengers who had been with me at that time pulled my hand and dragged me from the rail track on which I was skating. The next moment an express train thundered by the very railway track where I was sitting a split second before. Then all the 4 passengers who were my saviors at the nick of time said in unison, "Sir, the train would have sliced your voice forever." And then I nodded in agreement. I did not feel anything at that time, but the thought of my provincial escape filled me with horror when I later took up the receiver to inform the train controller. It was then that the reaction of the fear had set in. What would have happened if the 4 persons had not dragged me from the rail track? For a few minutes I conjured up vision of my mutilated body being pecked by vultures and crows. A scene of tremor then seized me from head to foot, and I began to tremble like an aspen. For a few minutes thereafter I lost my consciousness, but when I regained it, I asked my staff for water and drank a lot of it. After informing the train controller of what had happened to the train, I told the curious onlookers of the incident. They all said in unison that it was due to the great luck of my family that I was saved from the throes of an agonizing death. In Indian railway, rules are implemented very strictly. The rules regarding the movement of goods train are strictly adhered to because of the great responsibility on the railways to reach the cargo to its destination. According to rules, if the crew of any goods train find that there is delay in reaching its destination, the fact has to be intimated to the train controller. In such cases, the train controller would send a fresh batch of crew after 12 hours to the station, where the train would come to the halt after completing the running of 12 hours. If the train was unable to move after 12 hours, the train would be stabled at the station. The same goods train which had started from Baroda to Bombay had to be stabled at Sanjan. It was in May 1975, and it was difficult to get a fresh batch of crew to operate the train from Sanjan station. The train had to be stabled there for 2 days, and on the 3rd day a fresh batch of crew including a guard arrived from the headquarters to take the train to Bombay. I was the head of the Sanjan station at that time. According to rules, the new guard who had replaced the old one would check all the records handed over by the previous staff to the station master. The new guard was an old friend of mine, and after receiving the record from the station master on duty, we were chatting on the platform. It was getting dark and I was just starting to return to my quarters. Then I heard the crying of a baby somewhere near the row of wagons stationed on the track. I looked around, but I couldn't find any baby there. But I was hearing the crying all the while. I returned and told the matter to the guard with whom I had been talking a few minutes before. He chided me, saying that I might have remembered the children in my home. When I compelled him to accompany me, he came with me in search of the baby. We walked between the train holding the torch. I also summoned two pointsmen at the station for help, and we together searched for the baby, which was still crying from there. Then I located the baby. I was taken aback when I saw a 3-month-old baby lying under a wagon. It was a male child, and seeing us, it smiled innocently. The child was quite oblivious of its cruel fate that somebody had abandoned him there. We brought the baby to the booking office and laid him on a table, giving instruction to my staff not to allow anyone into the room. The news spread fast. People in the neighborhood came to the station to see the child. Many childless couples requested me to give the child for them. I told them that I could not do so, as the matter had to be informed to the police. As informed by me, a police party came to the station later to inquire into the incident, and by dusk the whole premises of the station had become crowded with people. Then a man among the crowd volunteered the information that he had seen the child with a woman in the evening, and he confirmed that it was the same child. I sent the man with a constable to the place where he said the woman was living. They eventually located the house of the woman late in the night. She was staying in a hut about 2 kilometers from the station. When she saw the police constable and others, she understood that her deed was exposed and that the police had come there to arrest her. The police then brought her to the station, and when she saw her baby in our offices, he cried bitterly. She was a beautiful woman about 22 years of age, and when I asked her why she had abandoned her child, she didn't say anything. When the police asked her sternly, she said with tears in her eyes, "Master Sahib, kindly pardon me. I will not abandon my son again. I will bring him up." The police restored the child to its mother in the presence of some witnesses. Things like this do happen in Indian villages most often. The main reason for deserting their children is poverty. The police then told me confidentially that abandoning of babies by their mothers was a common occurrence in the village. They used to see the bodies of babies floating in the river, but they seldom make any investigation because they do not like a poor woman being sent to jail. They invariably know that it was all due to poverty. But in this case, the baby was restored to its mother as the police had found her out in the village. Otherwise, the child would have been entrusted to the care of some orphanage. Now, I would like to tell you a similar experience. But the mother who abandoned her daughter was neither a rustic woman, nor did she do it out of poverty. One day, while returning from Bombay, I happened to meet a friend of mine at the Borivali station. As we had met after a gap of 18 years, we were beside ourselves with joy, and old memories soon flooded our mind as we discussed many incidents in the past. We talked a lot on the platform, and my friend invited me for tea. And after that, we boarded our train and seated ourselves in a first-class vacant cabin. When the train started to move, a young woman with a child also boarded the same compartment, and after searching for a vacant seat, she came to our cabin and seated in front of us. She appeared beautiful and well educated. Her child was smiling innocently on her lap. When my friend held out his hands, the child came to his lap, and he fondled the baby by uttering sweet word in Gujarati. After a few minutes, the woman got up and said that she was going to the toilet. The baby was still playing on the lap of my friend, but the woman didn't come even after half an hour. Then I went to look for her in the toilet and found that there was nobody in the toilet. I again searched for her in the compartment, but the woman was disappeared after handing the child to my friend. My friend was in dilemma. He couldn't leave the pert little child at the mercy of others, and at the same time he couldn't bring it home. My friend was fairly rich and was also an entrepreneur. If he brought the child home, his wife would suspect his motives and might even accuse him that it was his own child born to another woman. My friend was almost sure that it would be impossible to find out the woman again. Perhaps she may be unmarried and the child was born out of wedlock. Or it might be her own child. She might be having an affair with another man with whom she was willing to live by divorcing her husband. And in such case, the child born to the first husband might prove to be a burden for the couple. I consoled my friend that he could entrust the child to the railway police by narrating his experience. I told him not to be bothered about it much, as the police would give the child to some orphanage. I soon alighted at the next station, wishing him good luck. But my friend continued his journey to Surat along with the child. But nothing was heard about the fate of the unfortunate child since then, for I never saw my friend again after the incident. While pitying the plight of my friend, I remembered another incident which had also taken place on a train. I was once traveling to Bombay in a company of two youths in the first class compartment. After some time, a young woman came there holding a suitcase. She put the suitcase on the upper berth and seated in our cabin face to face with the youths. When the train had reached the Santa Cruz station, the woman alighted from the train. She seemed to have forgotten to take her suitcase. As soon as the woman had left the compartment, leaving behind her suitcase, the two youths were mentally hatching a plan to escape with her bag. When the train reached the Badra station, one of them took the suitcase and walked away. The other youth soon chased him and the two were tugging at the suitcase. I also got down at the station to know the outcome of the drama being enacted before me. Both the youth staked their claim for the suitcase. Then somebody informed the railway police, who demanded the key from the youths, but both of them told the police they had lost the key. When the railway police ripped open the bag, everyone on the platform were taken by surprise. The suitcase containing the body of a 5-day-old baby. Both the youths then told the police with folded hands that they found the bag in the train, which was left there by a woman passenger, and one of them took it away thinking that it might have contained some valuables. But the police put the two youths in the lockup after giving them the dues they deserve for their dishonesty. Most Indian villages are still undeveloped with little employment potential for the rural folk. But if there is a big city near the village, a good majority of the villagers would migrate to the city in search of jobs. This has pushed up the population of the cities, creating many problems in its wake. But no government could contain the exodus to the cities, as there is no law to prevent the migration of labor from one place to another. The result is that Indian cities are now bursting at the seams, unable to absorb the migrant labor. But if there is adequate means of transport, people would flock to the cities in the morning for their work and return home in the evening. It is a common sight in India of large number of workers traveling to the nearby cities by trains and returning home after their work. They usually travel with season ticket or at concessional train fares. The railway would issue season ticket to commuters after remitting the monthly fare in advance. It is more convenient for commuters, for they do not have to stand in queues every day. Besides, the travel fares are also cheap. Palghar and Safala are small stations situated near Bombay, which is a metropolitan city. The passengers from Safala usually travel by the Balsar-Bombay Express, as it is a convenient train to reach Bombay, but the train would be late every morning. As the commuters are mostly workers, the factory gate would be closed by the time the train reached the Bombay station, so the workers had no option but to return home if the factory gates were closed. The Commuters Association thus submitted many representations to the railway authorities, but their pleas to be authorities to speed up the train evoked no response from the officials. Desperately, the Passengers Association served notice to the railway that they would picket the train on a specific date, but the train arrived early on the day, fooling the passengers. But from the next day, things would be back to the square one. Thus, one day, the Bulsar-Bombay Express was held up by the irate passengers at Safala. I was the head of the Kalwa Road station, which was situated between Palghar and Safala stations. I informed the train controller that the Bulsar Express had been held up by the passengers at Safala. I requested him to detain the flying Rani, which was the next train at the Palghar station, and that it be allowed to leave only when the Bulsar Express left the Safala station. Palghar is a big town and the railway station is also large. There were many tea stalls and vendors on the platform. Besides, there were many hotels just behind the station. But Kalwa Road was a small station with no tea and refreshment stalls, and the next village was situated at Kalwa. The importance of the station was that salt and tender coconut would be transported through the Kalwa Road station. I informed the train controller about all these things and also told him that if the flying Rani was to be detained at the Kalwa Road station, there was nothing that I could do to provide food to the passengers. But the train controller consoled me, saying that the satyagraha of the passengers before the Bulsar Express would end soon, and the flying Rani could be brought to Kalwa Road station, as it would also save the time. The train controller then gave permission for the flying Rani to leave the Palghar station. I still reminded him that if the satyagraha didn't end soon, it would result in more troubles. But my premonition had come true. The flying Rani came to the Kalwa Road station waiting for the signal to proceed to Safala. But before the train arrived at the station, I had very thoughtfully collected drinking water in a number of large milk cans for the passengers. There were about 2,000 passengers in the train, and the drinking water was exhausted within half an hour. The passengers grew hungry as they had not taken any food since the train had left Surat early in the morning. It was the sweltering heat of May, and the passengers were getting restive after each minute as children on the train started crying for food and water. I was in a fix as there was nothing that I could do to bring food to the starving passengers. Soon a group of passengers came and demanded an explanation from me. Why the train was brought to the Kelva Road station? Why should I make them hungry like this? Was it not enough that the train halted at the Pelhar station, where there are many restaurants? If I said that it was none of my fault, the matter would be reported in newspaper the next day. So I was in a deeper dilemma. If I didn't tell the truth, the passengers would think that I was responsible for their miseries and would attack me. The number of passengers on the platform was swelling every minute, but the railway staff then came to my rescue and they stood around protecting me from the crowd. The crowd was yelling that they were hungry and they wanted food. By noon, almost all passengers in the train descended on the platform. The situation was nothing but worse. They demanded that the train should be taken back to the Pelhar station, but it was only in exceptional cases that a train would retreat to the station it had came from. I again tried to convince the controller of the grave situation at my station, but he flatly refused to take the train back to the Pelhar station. The passengers became more aggressive. They tried to rough me up. They stormed the office and ransacked the furniture, office files and flags. They collected them on the platform and set them on fire. An angry passenger wrenched off a wooden plank and tries to strike it on my head. Fortunately, my staff defended it. The irate passengers shouted that if the train was not taken to the Pelhar station, they would chop off my head. They were under the impression that even after grave provocation from them, I was refusing their request. They believed that it was the duty of the station master to back the train and that it was under his control. They became so agitated that they planned to set ablaze the station building, locking my inside. But they couldn't succeed. I thought that my life was in danger. I told them that I was not responsible for their plight, and only if I got permission from the train controller that the driver could take the train back to the Pelhar station. But the crowd was unrelenting. I telephoned the nearest cabin man to inform any assistant who was staying away from there. It was past 2:30 p.m. when he came. He took the control phone and informed the train controller that my life was in danger and the train should be taken to the Pelhar station at any cost. He also told the controller that the station itself would be set on fire by the mob if the train was not backed off immediately. It was only then that the train controller understood the significance of what was happening at the Kelva Road station. He gave permission to take the train back to the Pelhar station. While the train was going back, the passengers who had ransacked the station requested me to forget everything, as they were forced to do it because they were all quite hungry. The news spread like wildfire. As I had many friends in Bombay, they all wanted to know what had happened to me. So I came on to the platform in full view of the passengers of the trains passing through the Kelva Road station. I had come for duty at 6 in the morning. I had taken only a cup of tea. I could not go home till 8 at night. I could not go home till 8 at night because all kind of people were coming to the station to inquire about the incident. Police officials and officers from the railway protection force came there to record my statement. There were also journalists and passengers association activists. I explained to them all that had happened, but I was damn tired after the incident. I could barely stand the physical and mental strain of having to go through their questioning. At 6 in the evening came the Deputy SP from Bombay again for my statement. After hearing my version, he said that I had managed the situation very nicely. Thereafter, it was a virtual flow of officers of the railway and they couldn't understand that it had all happened because of the folly of the higher ups. The railway men's quarters in India are a typical center of national integration. To go by a current coinage in India, the country is still an ethnological museum with diverse caste, religion, culture and races as termed by the British. But caste is a peculiar phenomenon in India because people engaged in different vocations are classified as belonging to a particular caste. Thus, those doing the menial jobs and other manual labors were looked upon with contempt by the so-called upper castes in India. But I have disagreed. My intention is only to tell you that while I was working at the Bulsar station, there were many families at the railway quarters speaking different languages and following many strange customs. But despite their differences of religion, language and caste, all the members were united as a large homogeneous family. The members were of help to each other, and when someone fell ill, it was his neighbors who bought the medicines and even provided food to the distressed families. In railway, the train guard and engine drivers would be away on duty for 3 or 4 days together, and if any of their family members fell ill or some accident occurred in the quarters, the neighbors would invariably come to their help. Those who stay at the quarters regularly are station masters, yard masters, clerks and labourers. The unity and cooperation shown by each family had always baffled me, and had often thought that if the same unity was emulated elsewhere, India would have been a much better country to live in. The North Indians are more conservative in their thinking than the South Indians. Their women are mostly orthodox because it was taboo for them to speak to strangers and sometimes with members of their own families. In villages in North India, women enjoy no freedom. In their in-laws' house, she is not allowed to speak to her husband before other family members. If they want to speak to the elders, she has to cover her face with her sari, and she is totally forbidden to speak to her brother-in-law. Again, if she wants to speak to her mother-in-law, she has to cover her face with her sari, and while speaking she should not look straight into her in-law's face. However, she can talk freely to her sister-in-law and younger brothers-in-law. She has no right to sit in the veranda of the house, and if she has no work, she is not allowed to hang about in the house but has to sit in a corner, her face covered with a cloth. When the relatives of the girl visit her husband's house, they would not take any food in the house. they regard it as below their status. And if they happened to eat something in the house, they would very thoughtfully put some money below the seat on which they had taken the food. The in-laws would not refuse the money, for they have no right to do so. It is taboo for a woman to stand before her father holding her baby. She wouldn't talk to her children, nor call their names in the presence of her father. If she wants to hand her child to her father, she would not do so directly, but would give the child through another woman, even if she is bedridden. She is expected to stand up when her husband's brothers or her mother-in-law enter the room, and her refusal to do so would be taken as an insult to the family. If her in-law find any fault with her, she has no right to talk back, or she replied tit for tat. It would be sufficient reason to send her out of the house. One day a Punjabi train guard was visited by his brother from his village. As he was away on duty, his brother could not talk to his sister-in-law. The woman then called a Keralite woman living in the next quarters and spoke to her brother-in-law through the woman. As his brother was not there, it was not possible for him to stay in the house in his absence. So he checked into the nearby lodge and came to the house only when his brother came home after 3 days. Similarly, no one would enter the house of one's friend if he was not there. And if he wanted to convey some urgent message in the absence of his friend, he had to talk loudly to the children in the household. The purpose of calling aloud was that his friend's wife would be able to hear the message the woman would be hearing it, hiding herself in a corner of the house. If there were no children in the house, he would call the neighbor's children and convey the message. One day, the wife of a yardmaster, who was my neighbor, met with an accident while cooking in the kitchen. She was crying aloud and came out of the house with the flames licking all over her body. Her husband was away in the railway yard. There were only 2 men in the neighborhood at that time, a Parsi guard and I. Immediately I reached my neighbor's house along with the Parsi guard, and we both tried to douse the flames. But even while struggling desperately for her life, she spurned our help, saying that nobody except her husband was allowed to touch her. The onlookers, who were mostly women, were standing as mute witness to the tragedy being enacted before them. They were too stunned by the incident that they failed to render any help to the unfortunate woman. Soon somebody was sent to inform her husband about the incident. As he was working at the railway yard, it was difficult to locate him in the jumble of goods wagons stationed on the yard. When he finally came, the woman had become unconscious and was rushed to the hospital. She died 5 days later, leaving her husband and 4 children. She could have been rescued if she had allowed others to help douse the flame, but her own belief sealed her faith. But the story did not end there. The bereaved husband went to his village after the incident, and he came after 1 month. But when he was back, he was not alone, for he had another bride with him. But in North India, it was part of their culture. Even while the body of the wife was burning in the guts, the relatives of the bereaved husband would be approached by another family for fixing new marriage for the man. The alliance would be settled once they were back from the burial yard. But can Carlyles imagine anything of the sort? After all, it was all part of North Indian culture, and every prospective bridegroom would get a huge amount of dowry. The amount would vary according to the status of the bridegroom. If he was a doctor or an engineer, his demand in the marriage market would be proportionately higher. So a laborer or a menial would given the lowest dowry. But the North Indians cannot think of consummating any marriage without first transacting the dowry. While working in the Bulsar station, I had also met another type of woman. They were totally sadists. They would humiliate their husband while they were alive, but when they are dead, they would feign great sorrow at the passing away of their spouse. Thereafter, they would wear only white dress. While living in the area, I had most often thought that some women were more interested in wearing the white dress after the death of their husbands, for it gave them a semblance of respect in the village. Chapter 4. Face to face with Veerappan of Yor. The Udana railway junction is situated 4 km away from the Surat station. I was then working off Udana and staying at railway quarters in Surat. The place surrounding the station were hauntingly beautiful, and I could not resist the temptation of visiting the nearby river bank every day. Once my duty at the station was over, there was a bridge across the Tapti river, and I used to sit near the bridge. The breeze wafting across the river would put me to a half slumber, and I would walk back to my quarters feeling very much contented and also at peace with myself. One day when I returned home in the evening after my regular beat to the Tapti river bank, a telegram was awaiting me in my quarters. As I was out of station, a colleague of mine had received the telegram on my behalf, and he was just waiting for me. When I reached the quarters, he handed over the telegram and said with a tinge of sadness on his face, "The telegram has just come. Your father has expired." I felt as if the earth was rocking violently under my feet. It was long 4 years since I had last seen my father. I felt terribly guilty that I could not go home and meet my father due to various reasons, but I tried to cover up my grief with a strong presence of mind before my friends and colleagues who had all come to offer their condolence. My duty would begin 2 a.m. the next day, but I almost forgot about my duty and I was very upset hearing sad news. I had to go immediately to the Udana station to request the head station master there for 3 days leave. Even then there was one more hurdle to cross. I had also to visit the divisional railway office in Bombay to get sufficient leave and the railway pass before leaving for my native place in Telicheri. At 9:15 p.m. I boarded the Virangam Bombay passenger train and aligned at Udana and went straight to the head station master. When I went to him, he talked at length about my journey back home, as he was a good conversationalist. I didn't know that the time was fast ticking away. It was 10:30 p.m. when I came out of his house, but there was no train or other vehicle going to Surat after 10. It was only by reaching there that I would be able to board the Dehradun Express, which reached there at midnight. As there was no other means by which I could reach Surat, I decided to take a long walk to the station. Between Surat and Udana lies a vast area inhabited by criminal gangs. There were known as Kanjars. They were living in shanty huts, and one could see many clusters of such rickety huts in the region. It was almost like a slum area. The main business of the Kanjars was theft, murder and burglary, and their women folk indulged in prostitution. But during the day, they appeared gentle, just like any other tribes. But after nightfall, they would transform themselves into criminals again. If anybody landed in their midst at night, their plight could be well imagined. Their other preoccupation was to rob the goods train that would come to a halt near their huts for not receiving signal or due to other faults. They would rip open the door of the good wagon and would get away with the articles. Their unhindered operation was known to the railway authorities, but they chose to remain silent. Some police officials also colluded with them, especially in sharing the booty. There is a bridge between Uddana and Surat. As it was a double-line section, there were two rail lines on either side of the bridge with a narrow path paved with a thin sheet of tin. This path was not meant for pedestrians. The narrow strip was for the use of railway staff who were engaged in minor repair work of the bridge throughout the year. The narrow path would shake violently when the train passed over the bridge, and only courageous persons can walk along the narrow strip when a train is passing nearby. There is every possibility of one falling down, and if it happened, it would be on the passing train. I had walked along through such a dreadful place and had crossed even more dangerous bridges. When I had reached the middle of the bridge, I heard a stern voice from below. Two sturdy youth were calling in Gujarati under the bridge, and they wanted me to stop there. I replied that it was dangerous to stand on the bridge, and I would stand at the further end. The thieves or whoever they might be who were asking me to stop there were not satisfied with my answer, and they shouted back that I would be killed right away if I tried to run away. When I looked back, I saw both of them following me through the narrow path, and they reached near me when I stopped myself on the opposite end. Both of them were stark naked except for a loin cloth, and were well built, very dark. One of them held out a dagger at my chest, and the other frisked me from top to bottom. The next moment they asked me a number of questions. Where did I come from? Why did I not take my purse? Where was my watch? But very politely I told them I was going to Surat, as my father had died. But I could speak no more, for I was trembling with fear. The next moment, when they heard that I was going to pay my last respect to my father, the man holding the dagger put down his hand, and both of them appeared sad. They might have thought that my father had died in Surat, and I didn't explain the matters further, so they allowed me to go. I took a deep breath and felt sweat breaking all over my body. With folded hands, I thanked them profusely for their good gesture. I had to board the Dehradun Express from Bombay at 12:30 that night. I walked fast and eventually reached the station in time, and there I saw my friends awaiting me eagerly. When I told them everything that had happened, they all patted me on the back for my narrow escape from the dacoits. When I was transferred to the Verdal Road station in the late 40s, I felt terribly lonely, because it was for the first time that I was seeing a vast, desolate region. But all my friends had said that Verdal Road was a better place, and that I would get plenty of food in the area. But when I set foot on the Verdal Road station, I felt that none of my friends had ever seen the place. I felt very disappointed because hitherto I had lived only in town and cities and there was no problem of getting food. For one thing, I have not seen a village like this without even the basic facilities. Normally, the railway officials who get transferred to Verdal Road Station would deploy their subordinate to do the manual jobs. But if the station master happened to be of a high caste Hindu, he would not touch the food cooked by his subordinates who belonged to the lower castes. But such officials would live there only with their families and there would be no question of them taking food from outside or getting their food cooked by somebody else. But I was a bachelor and was not used to making even a cup of tea by myself. There was no need for me to do the cooking in my youthful days, as my ancestral house in Tellicherry in North Kerala had a number of servants at home. My father was a famous Ayurveda physician of the time and he had got many laurels from the Raja of Chirakkal. I am the youngest son of my parents and was a much pampered child at that. I abhor untouchability which the so-called high castes in India practiced many decades ago, and the evil is still rampant in some pocket of the caste Hindus. But I was also against my subordinate doing manual jobs for me. So I ate food from the house of the station master till he was transferred from the station. But when he was gone, I was left to fend for myself. Then a pointsman at the station came to my help. He told me that he would prepare me food. Don't think that I am of the lowest caste. I belong to the Sonar caste, which is in part is a high caste, he said. But I told him politely that I made no distinctions on caste and creed. It was simply I didn't like it. But where would I get food? I had no previous experience in cooking, and so I half-heartedly consented to his request. But even then I felt that it was against the principles I cherished in my life. This arrangement continued for a few weeks. Then one day a contractor in the village of Vikran told me that there was a man in the village who had served as cook for government officials. He was poor and had no work at present. Pratap Singh, for that was the name of the contractor, told me that I need not give him any money, and a part of the food cooked for me was enough for him, as he was living alone. The next day he came to my house and he behaved with extreme courtesy. I was about 60 years of age and I employed him as my cook. His name was Egnath. He started cooking for me. He would prepare vegetarian and non-vegetarian dishes, and I found that his cooking was good. He would come in the morning and would leave only in the evening after preparing my evening meal, and he ate very little. I used to give him some food for the night, for he had the habit of going to bed on empty stomach. I gave him 15 rupees per month, and it was a fairly good amount then. He would call me Babu Sahib out of respect, and I used to call him Mama, which means uncle. After a few days, I saw him rolling with stomach pain in the kitchen. When I watching him rolling in the dust, I felt he was going to die at that moment. But even while lurching in pain, he was telling me, Master Sahib, I would not be able to cook any food for you today. That day I starved. He was still rolling with pain, and he was calling the heavens to relieve him of his terrible pain. But by evening his pain subsided and he then left for his house. The next day he came and prepared the food as usual. There was no trace of pain on his face which he had suffered the previous day. But after a few weeks his disease reappeared and I starved once again. One day I called on the head of the gangman named Bhagwan Singh and told him about the mysterious disease of Eknath. I told him that I would purchase some medicine for the treatment of poor Eknath. Then I saw the face of Bhagwan Singh blushing with anger. That fellow deserved no sympathy, he said curtly and stood before him in bewilderment. Then he said that Eknath had betrayed and killed a man. I was nonplussed. How can I believe the version of Bhagwan Singh? Eknath appeared to be a gentleman, and for me he was the acme of courtesy and humility. Moreover, I regarded him as one of my own family members. But Bhagwan Singh warned me not to ask him anything about it. Keep it close to your heart, he said. Meanwhile, his disease appeared even now and then, and I could not stand the sight of the man writhing in agony. So I decided to terminate his service and thus learned the cooking for myself. But before sending him out of the job, I made up my mind to ask him about the murder he had committed. Mama, will you please tell me the truth if I ask you a question? As if he was expecting the question, he told me that he would not conceal anything from me. Then, screwing up enough courage, I put him the question straight away. Did you kill anyone when you were a youth? But I expected a negative reply from him. I also feared that during such occasion, the humility of the man would disappear and the murder in him would come to life. But he put his hand on his chest and said, Sahib, I had killed a man. Then he reeled out his tale, which appeared to me as bizarre a story as depicted in any detective novels. Eknath had an intimate friend called Sampath, and they remained together always like twins. They would partake meals from a single leaf and would also sleep together. They both hunted together and used to throw up a feast for the villagers. When they came from the forest after hunting, they would remain in the village for a few days eating and drinking together. Gradually, Eknath fell in love with Sampath's wife. It was only natural that his friend would prove to be a hindrance, as Sampath would stand in the way of their carnal desire. The lovers decided to eliminate him, and for which they hatched a conspiracy. One day they went to the forest as usual, but this time Sampath didn't come back, for he was murdered by his friend and buried there. Eknath came from the forest in deep agony, or at least he made the villagers believe so. He spread the tale that while they were returning from the hunting trip, his friend had met with an accident. He didn't take food for several days after the incident, ostensibly to mourn the death of his bosom friend. Nobody had any suspicion and everyone forgot about it after a few months. The police registered a case of unnatural death and made enquiries but failed to get any clues. The case was then almost dropped, but after a few years, a CID officer became interested in the case. A fresh case was registered and the CID started its investigation. A few weeks later, a CID officer came to the village of Vikran as a peddler of medicines. He had remedies for any disease from which the villagers had suffered. He soon became a respectable gentleman in the village. Gradually he sought the company of Egnath, and soon they became bosom friends. The peddler told many things about his private life, and one day, under the influence of liquor, he insisted Egnath to tell his secrets. When he was a bit loosened up, Egnath told him his tale, how he had killed his friend Sampath. Thus Egnath was arrested by the police along with the wife of Sampath for her complicity in the crime. They were both tried and subsequently jailed, but Sampath's wife died in the jail. Egnath contracted the disease after his jail terms. Though he had consulted many doctors in the town, his condition became worse. Even the doctors could not diagnose his disease. He told me that he was being punished for the terrible crime he had committed. I sent him out of job soon after. While leaving, I gave him some clothes and money, but he was not willing to leave me. After 4 years, I met him again in the village. When I went there to meet Pratap Singh, he was then a wrinkled old man with scabies all over his body. I gave him some money and brought him a soap. Obviously, he was being punished for the crimes he had committed. During the 3 decades of my government service, I had the good fortune to befriend many types of people, and one among them was a dacoit. Frankly speaking, I abhor dacoit and am also afraid of them. But if one were to befriend a dacoit, one has to do something that should serve his interest. But I did nothing of the sort, and still he had been my friend. It happened in 1948. I was serving as the station master at Verdal Road. It was the 4th one on the Surat-Baswal line next to the Nandurbar station. It was then under the BB and CI Railway, Bombay, Baroda and Central Indian Railway. After my training at the Bisset Institute of Ajmer, I had worked as a parcel and luggage clerk at Surat. Then I was posted at the Verdal Road station because of my service in the Navy. Khandesh was the most backward region in Maharashtra. There was the East and West Khandesh, and among them the West Khandesh was the most backward. As the entire Khandesh region is situated on the banks of river Tapti, it was also known as Tapti Valley. Though it is a fertile land, most of the inhabitants were poor. Despite the banning of the child marriage under the Sharda Act, children in the village were married off when they were hardly 5. Once I asked a respectable gentleman in the area about the strange custom. He told me that if girls were not married off at their younger age, it would be difficult for them to get a suitable alliance later. The station was situated in a desolate region. There were only 4 employees at the station in addition to the station master. Only 4 passenger train had their halt at the station. The first train would pass the station at 11 in the morning, and the last one was after 10 p.m. Once the night train had departed the station, there would not be any living creatures left in the world surroundings. The next village, called Vikrant, was situated 1.5 miles away. Other villages were situated still far away. The people of the village had many strange customs and beliefs. Their houses were constructed in mud, irrespective of the fact that they were rich or poor. The houses were not strong either. If there had been such houses in Kerala, it would have crumbled in the first monsoon rain itself. Among them, only 2 houses had been constructed in granite. The houses belonging to Pratap Singh, a contractor, and Gogi Kanta Rao, a millionaire, and both of them had been my friends. Their local dialect was Irani or Kandeshi language. It was a queer mixture of Hindi, Marathi, and Gujarati. The whole region was prone to the attack of dacoits during summer. The dacoits would descend on the village after midnight, armed with long torches with 6 or 8 cells. The people of the village would come to know that a gang of dacoits was on the prowl from a long distance, seeing the pointed light from their powerful torches. Then it would be the turn of the villagers to climb on the roof of their house, armed with sticks. They would keep vigil throughout the night, but despite the best precaution, at least one house would be burgled by the dacoits that night. Sometimes the dacoit would stick handbills on the walls of a house, informing the inmate that the house would be burgled within 2 weeks. The villagers would tighten the vigil, but the dacoit would carry out the robbery within the stipulated time. Because of the dacoit menace, the people used to keep their valuable in a pot and bury it under the earth. They do not know how to keep their money in banks, nor do they have such facilities. After I took charge at the station, I used to visit a nearby tea shop, which was the only one of its kind in the whole area. The purpose of my frequent visit to the tea shop was to listen to the stories about the strange customs and belief of the local people, and also about the dacoit menace in the village. During summer, it was very difficult to sleep inside the building, so I put a charpoy on the platform and would spend the night on the cot. One day I was sleeping on the charpoy and the night was very dark. It was shortly after midnight when I was awakened by the heavy clattering of boots nearby. The dacoits were coming to the station through the platform, and they were holding powerful torches in their hands. There had been about 15 dacoits in the gang, and they were talking in a muffled voice. Only the 2 men walking in front of had torches. Others carried axes, daggers, and swords in their hands. One of them directed the torch on the cot. They were fast heading towards me. I closed my eyes, pretending that I was fast asleep. My heart was beating quickly, and I was almost sure that the gang would soon cut me into pieces. Then a tall figure approached me and shook my leg. He wanted me to get up. I felt that my heartbeat had stopped. Screwing up enough courage, I somehow managed to sit on the charpoy. He then pointed the torch on my face and looked straight into my eyes. He then spoke to me in a stern voice. "Tum kaun hai? Who are you?" "Station master," I replied very briefly and in ill humility. I was trembling with fear while he lectured me in his local dialect. Though I could not speak the dialect, I could understand it. What he told me was this station is for the local people, and just like that, the station master is also ours. You should not be afraid. We will always protect you. Then he continued in a pleasant, even tones. But you should do us a favor. You should not tell anyone about our whereabouts. We will cross his station every night, and if you happen to tell anybody else about it. And then he stopped and looked again into my eyes. I shook my head to convey him the message that I would not tell anyone, even if It cost my life. He was immensely pleased with me and put his hand on my back and assured me of his protection. Later, I told the tea shop owner about the incident. He warned me that the gang had committed many crimes and even murder, and I should not believe them. I regained my breath. I sighed briefly and my fear disappeared, but I could not sleep at night. But next day onward, I slept in the open without being afraid of anyone. 2 months had gone by since the incident, and I had almost forgotten about it. Then one evening, a stranger was standing outside my office with a faint smile on his face. He then came to me and said, "Don't you recognize me?" I recognized him by his voice and I beckoned him inside. Then he said, "People of the village have a very good opinion about you. That is why I have come to see you." While sipping tea, he told me about my safety. I assured him that I would not tell anybody about him. While taking leave, he wanted me to accept a present which he would send the later, thinking that it would be some sort of booty. I refused it politely, but he told me that it was from his farmland. I didn't tell him anything and just kept quiet, thinking that if I refused again, it might offend his sensibilities. Accordingly, he used to send me sugar canes and watermelons occasionally. I had seen him many times after that crossing the platform at midnight with a gang to though. When he reached the platform, he would call me Master Sahib and would disappear into darkness again. I would then respond him with a suppressed coughing. After many years, one day I was walking through the street of Surat. When I met him again, he invited me to a big hotel with a politely declined his offer, saying that I was too busy. He then told me that he had not seen a faithful man like me in his life. A good compliment from a dacoit indeed. Chapter 5. My Random Memories. It was the most devastating cataclysm I had ever seen in my life, and its memories still remain etched on my mind. It occurred in October 1959, and I was then the assistant station master of Udana in Surat. On that faithful day, when the flood waters began to lash its premises, I had been immersed in work at the station. Around midnight that day, the surroundings of the station were turned into a variable sea. The railway bridge between Udana and Surat was washed away in the floods. As the soil under the railway track was eroded in the floods, the rail lines became twisted and the mangled metal were hanging at some parts. Therefore, the train started from Bombay had remained stationed at Udana, and other trains had to be diverted to safer places. The flood waters were surging forward with a tremendous force, submerging all nearby buildings. There was no sign of the flood waters receding even the following day, and as a result, everyone became panic-stricken. The railway staff working at Udana had all their official quarters at Surat. Everything up to Surat was submerged in the waters, and one could see only sheets of water spreading up to the horizon. As all telecommunication to Surat and beyond were snapped in the floods, there was virtually no means by which one could gather information about one's family. There were only a few houses around the station at that time. When we looked from the station, we could find people perched on the roof of 3 houses. There were about 30 people, including women and children, on the roof. As it was a low-lying area, The flood waters were reaching up to the roof and were threatening to submerge the houses. We heard their frantic cries for help, but there was nothing that we could do, as we had no equipment to rescue them. Gradually, the roof on which they were sitting were slowly moving into the sea. We heard their agonized screams with the children still clinging onto the shoulders of their parents. For a moment, we could not make out whether we were witnessing the real thing unfolding before our own eyes, or it was just a nightmare. The sight we saw from the vantage position in the cabin was even more heart-rending. In a short time, we counted up to 164 bodies, men, women and children along with their livestock were being washed away in the floods. We saw a horse cart being washed ashore along with the dead cartman still holding the whip on his hand. Meanwhile, we saw the 18-year-old son of a cabinman being carried away in the flood. He was making frantic signs with his hand to save him. His father, who was perched on top of the cabin like ourselves, could only watch the spectacle helplessly. The man soon became unconscious as he could no longer stand the sight of his only son being carried away in the whirling waters. Seeing the horrible spectacle all around, we felt like losing our balance of mind. As the cabin was found unsafe, we got down immediately and remained perched on a higher ground to the south of the station. We remained for 4 days at Udana by subsisting on the fruits brought to the place by adventurous hawkers from distant places. The fruit which used to be sold a dozen for 50 paise soon became dearer and its price rose to 50 paise per fruit. Though the price was exorbitant, it was the only means for our survival. But in Surat, the station was more dangerous. The floodwater had reached up to 4 stories of the buildings near the Tapti river. So many people died by drowning, unable to get out of the building. The turbulent flow of the floodwater to the sea and the tidal waves swept off a whole tribal village. The tribals were all fleeing the village in the wake of the floodwater, but it gushed out in torrents to the hamlets and wiped out the entire village. In Surat, many of my friends were reported missing after the deluge. Some of the residents climbed tall trees. A woman fell down while helping her children to climb a tree, while a child was washed away while trying to climb another one. A woman gave birth on a tree top, and all these incidents had been reported in the press. When the flood water receded, what remained there was a huge heap of bodies. It was only by the stench emanating from them that the army could locate the bodies lying buried in the ditches. The city of Surat resembled like a battlefield after a war. The streets in the town of Bengal and had changed beyond recognition. Only the horrible stench emanating from bloated bodies and caresses pervaded the air. I spent the 4th day in sheer agony thinking of my wife and 3 months old daughter. They escaped the fury of the flood by remaining at the top floor of the building like others. The buildings in which they had taken shelter had been submerged into the first floor. It was a happy reunion when I saw my family after a gap of 4 agonizing days. The village of Kanbara and Maharashtra is a typical settler's hamlet. The population is a mixture of Gujaratis, Marwadis, Sindhis and also of people from Uttar Pradesh. Moreover, the people were highly cultured and they were quite ready to help any government officials. The peoples were mostly petty businessmen and peasants who owned a few acres of land among themselves. And there were also landlords who possessed vast acres of wine gardens, forests. It appeared as a model village with a health center situated nearby. I was promoted and posted as head of the Canberra station in 1962. Except the village of Canberra, the nearby places were all inhabited by tribes. The tribal villages were situated not too far from the Canberra railway station. The tribals were known as Beals, who were most primitive compared to other aborigines living in some other part of India. They were supposed to be the descendants of Eklavya, who cut off his right thumb and presented it to his guru as Guru Dakshina. The story is depicted in Mahabharata, the epic of the Hindus. Though there was no evidence to connect the tribe's relation with Eklavya, one thing was certain: the tribal were adept in the art of archery. There were no other tribes to excel them in the field of archery, and their habit was to attack their enemies with poisoned arrows. The Bales were famous for their self-esteem. They would boycott a landlord if he happened to misbehave with any member of the tribe. They would quit their work and spend their time in the forest. They are prepared to starve for the sake of upholding their self-esteem. It was only after the landlord regretted his action that they would return to their work. In such a case, the employer would have to pay a small amount for each member. They would go to the liquor den and squander the money there, and would come back happily to take up the work of their landlord, forgetting the past and bearing no ill will towards him. Though they are famous for their self-esteem, they are also notorious for taking revenge on the enemies. They are addicted to the habit of drinking, and sometimes the whole village, including women and children, would celebrate the tribal festival with country liquor. No outsider would dare approach them. When they are under the influence of liquor, they would take advantages of the occasion to settle the old scores. Though the case might have been settled long ago, they are not averse to committing murders. But when they are not drunk, they are a friendly lot of people. Brewing liquor illegally was their lucrative business. Meanwhile, the state of Maharashtra had imposed a prohibition on liquor, and the Bill villages thus become a problem for the government. First, it was impossible to eliminate the vice, for no government official dared to venture into the villages. The Bail were a subaltern class of people who were not averse to committing any foul deeds. They were quite happy with what they earned for the day, and there was no question of saving for the future. However much they earned, they would all squander it on drinking, and after that they would starve until they earned enough to spend it again on drinking. They lived in a world of their own, with no thought for the future. They were, however, not affected by the changes taking place outside their village. One day, the authorities got information that brewing of liquor was going on unabated in a village just 3 miles away from the railway station. There was no proper road to the village. It was virtually impossible for the excise officials to go to the village in a vehicle. The official had to go to the village on foot. Normally it was a 2-member police party consisting of a head constable and a constable who used to go to the villager for raid if news was brought to them of such activities. If the tribals happened to be angry with the official, the police would beat a hasty retreat without fulfilling their official mission. So a head constable hit upon an ingenious idea to raid the village. His action plan was to hide in the village and nab the bootleggers on the spot while others were away in the fields. The name of the head constable was Yashwant, and he along with another constable went to the village, and as planned earlier, they made themselves scarce in a bush. They caught hold of a couple brewing the liquor. The couple pleaded with the police that they were doing the business for a living and otherwise they had no other means. The couple beseeched the police constable to spare them, but they were adamant. Then the wife of the man silently slipped into the house and came out with a sickle. She hid it behind her and hacked the head constable. His head was severed from the torso and it fell on the ground. Seeing the dreadful spectacle, the other constable ran for his life, stopping only for the railway station, and he fell unconscious there. They sprinkled water on his face and gave him copious water to drink. He then told the curious onlookers of what had happened to his colleague. Immediately, I informed the Nandarbar police station of the incident. By evening, things began to happen in real earnest. The police party had expected resistance from the tribals, but when they entered the village, nobody offered any resistance. They were thoroughly taken aback to see the woman who killed the police constable standing near her hut as if nothing had happened. When the police party reached the hut, she willingly stretched both of her arms. She seemed to be very happy, and when the sub-inspector asked her why she had committed such a gruesome deed, she replied calmly that if the police arrested her husband for brewing the liquor, he would get food in the jail, but there would not be anyone to give her food. Now both of us can go to the jail and we would get food there. The constable were stunned by her candid but non-challenged reply. When she was brought to the Canberra railway station, there was a huge crowd there. She was aged about 22 and didn't seem to be affected by any sort of remorse. She was still feeling that what she had done was right. I told her that the constable had only done his duty and he did it not because of any hostility to her family. She then said, "Sir, we make the brew for a living, and if they arrested my husband, how can I live?" Here is another story about a tribesman. I could not believe the version of my pointsman. Still, I saw the interesting spectacle for myself. A tall, dark-colored man was walking briskly, followed by a large number of children, consisting of boys and girls, and all walking in single file. And all the 35 children I saw were the progenies of a tribesman called Lalji Patel. He had a total of 4 wives, but the men did not seem to care a wee bit for the India's noble ideal of family planning. I had always evinced much interest on the strange customs and beliefs of the people of any region. My habit was to learn the history of any place through learned persons in the area. There was a pointsman attached to the Canberra station where I was working at that time. Though he had no formal education, he had a good knowledge about the customs and tradition of the village. He also knew the dialect spoken by the tribals of the area. One day, while talking about some village chiefs, he casually mentioned the name of Lalji Patel. Then with a broad smile, he said the man had 35 children and 4 wives. I didn't believe his words regarding the number of children he had, though I thought that it was not uncommon to have 4 wives, even in the erstwhile polygamous social setup in Kerala. Canberra was a small station engaged in booking wagons for transporting logs and firewood. After the harvesting of millet, its stubbles would be cut into small pieces on a machine. It is locally known as kadbi. It would be sent to the Array Milk Colony in Bombay through wagons. The kadbi was in great demand among the people as it was a good cattle feed. It was generally the rich in the area who indulged in the kadbi business. So rich businessmen from far off places would camp in the area during the kadbi season. So I was always in touch with the rich kadbi businessmen who frequented the railway station for booking the wagons. Many of them had become my acquaintances after having introduced themselves at my office. One day a middle-aged man came to my office. After introducing himself, he told me that his purpose was to book a wagon to transport kadbi bags. After remitting the money for booking the wagon, I asked him his name. Lalji Patel, he replied. Then I remembered the word of my pointsman. After exchanging pleasantries with him, he invited me to his house. As it was customary among the businessmen of the area to invite the station master to their houses, I didn't attach much importance to his invitation, but we met several times at the station after our first meeting. But whenever he saw me, he would repeat his invitation to his house, and as I was very busy during the kadbi season, I could not oblige him. One day, his son came to my house. After introducing himself, he said his father had sent him to bring me to his house. He also asked me why I did not go to his house before, though his father had invited me several times. I told the youth that I had been too busy during the kadbi season and assured him that I would visit his house with my family shortly. Accordingly, I went to his house with my wife and children. We had also with us our pointsman. Seeing us from the long distance, he came to the courtyard and welcomed us to his house. 4 of his wives had separate houses, all situated not far away from each other. He had large acres of farmlands. Though he was a tribal, he was rich and aristocratic in his ways and knew our languages. He told me with a tinge of pride that he had 4 wives. How many wives will your native have? He asked. In our place, we would call anyone a womanizer who has more than one wife. I replied curtly. Master Sahib, do you know how many children I have got? He asked again, to which I feigned a total ignorance. I have 35 children. One wife has 10. Two have 9 each, and the other has 7. I have enough property. All these have been bequeathed to me by my father. I am the only son of my father. Don't you think that I should have enough children to look after my property? That is why I have produced all these children. Now I want to beget 5 more children to complete 40, he said. I was too shy to ask him how that worked. Seeing the embarrassment of my face, he explained that he would spend 1 month each with a wife. All of his wives were clad in fashionable dress, but despite their craze for dress, they talked only their primitive tongue. But he showered as the maximum of hospitality and obliged us with a sackful of groundnut, which one of his boys brought to me, my house, by balancing on his head. But I did not see his entire children, as some of them had gone outside then. The pointsman who had accompanied me to his house said that sometimes he would take out his entire children for shopping. One day he showed me the children when they were out for shopping. I counted them, and there were 35 children. I hope that he would be leading a happy life now with his 4 wives and several children. I do not know whether he might have added more members to his tribal harem. I hope he might have fulfilled his wishes by adding 5 more children to his huge but happy family. Here is the tale of an honest man. He was a poor dockyard laborer and was the epitome of honesty. Though I never saw him, I used to think of him whenever I see the spark of goodness all around me. He was the model for the working class and the gentleman up to his fingertips. It happened in 1965 while I was working in Canberra. A niece of mine who had been staying with me suddenly fell ill. As she was undergoing some sort of tension born out of homesickness, we decided to send her home according to the advice of the doctors. I also felt very sad because of her illness, so I brought her to Bombay accompanied by 2 employees of my station. I stayed in a relative's house in Bombay the following night with the intention to leave for my native place the next day along with him. We reached the Badra station from Villipelli by electric train. We had to travel to the Bori Bandar station where we hoped to board the Madras Janata Express train to Kerala. Because of lack of forethought on my part, I had put my entire money in the purse and put it in my pants pocket. Normally, I was aware that the station and its surroundings were the hunting grounds of pickpockets, but such fears did not enter my mind as it was filled with numerous other thoughts. But it was exactly what had happened. When I got down at the station, my pocket was picked neat and clean while I was alighting from the train at Bandra. There was 1,800 rupees in the purse beside my railway pass. Remember, it happened in 1965 and in India it was a tidy sum of money then. I could borrow money from my friends and could still reach my hometown. But who would give me the railway pass? My relative, niece and I were stranded on the platform, quite disappointment, without any idea of what we should do next. Then I heard it, bringing comfort and solace to my burning heart. It came in the form of an announcement. The purse and railway pass of Canberra station master Narayanan have been handed to the station master of Mahim station. Please collect it immediately. I presented myself before the station master of Bandra and informed him that I was that unfortunate person. He telephoned Mahim station, informing that I would soon reach there to collect my purse. The station master at Mahim was my old friend. He told me that when he received the purse, he saw my name on it and he immediately informed the Bandra station, thinking that I would still be there searching for my purse. The station master also gave me the name and address of the man who entrusted the purse to the station master. He was a dockyard worker. When I later counted the money, I found that everything in the purse was intact. The dockyard worker, while handing the purse to the station master, had told him that he saw it falling on the floor of the train from the hand of the pickpocket. He then put his foot on the purse and later picked it up after the pickpocket had gone. As he was a poor dockyard worker, he would have needed the money for his own use, but he gave the purse to the responsible official of the railway. Normally, a poor man would be tempted to take away the money for himself, but he overcame that temptation. When I returned to Canberra, I sent him a letter profusely, thanking him for his noble gesture. I had also sent him a good sum of money by money order. I had thoughtfully scrawled on the cover to return the letter to the sender if it was found undelivered. I didn't get the letter back, but he refused the money. He seemed to have imbibed the essence of Gita, the Bible of the Hindus. I had on several occasions yearned to see the man in person, but I failed to meet him. But that simple and honest man who had saved me from many troubles by his noble action, the man whom I had never met, still lives in my memory. Chapter 6. The Elfin Visitors. The event I am going to relate in his chapter took place while I was working as station master at the Verdal Road station. The station was situated in Kandesh, which was then an underdeveloped place in the station of Maharashtra. The next village was situated at Vigran. The population was only 2,000 and among the native only 2% were literate. From this, the rate of literacy among the population can be well imagined. There wouldn't be anybody left in the world premises when the night train had departed. There were the quarters of the gangsman was 100 meters away from the station. There was a small tea shop near the railway station and its proprietor was my only companion at times. It was the month of June. One night I was fast asleep on a charpoy behind my residence. As the season was too hot, the tea shop was situated some 20 meters from my house and its owner was also sleeping in front of the shop on another charpoy. The night was a moonlit one. It was around midnight and suddenly I awoke. I felt a heavy weight on my left thigh. When I looked up, I saw a roundish apparition sitting on my thigh and I caught it with both of my hands. Then I felt as if I had touched a thorny surface. Small white hairs were sticking out of the body of the apparition. They appeared like pinpoints. When I caught the apparition, it fell on the floor and bounced away. Immediately I rose from my bed and followed it up till the iron fencing. I could still find it bouncing away like a ball and then it suddenly disappeared. I looked around and could find none. I tried to awake the tea shop owner who was fast asleep. I thought that it was some kind of a wild animal. The next morning, I related the incident to my pointsman and the tea shop owner. They mentioned its name in Marathi, which I cannot recall now. They told me that those who had found watery graves would appear on moonlit nights, but according to them, the apparition was quite harmless. They told me that about 12 years ago, a Gujarati had worked there as station master. One night, he killed his 2 kids and wife and put their bodies in a well. They told me the man was still undergoing life sentence and it was the man who had taken the bodies from the well who related me the incident. Now I would like to tell you something about myself to prove that I am not a superstitious man. I had first studied at the Based Mission School at Tellicherry up to the 8th standard and after that I studied at the Malabar Christian College, Calicut. While I was studying at the mission school, Bible was a compulsory subject for us. My superstitious beliefs were to a certain extent eliminated after taking to the study of Bible. I still not believe in ghosts, but the incident had left deep suspicions on my mind, gathering the existence of such supernatural being. Now I would like to narrate a similar experience. It happened in August 1954. I was working as TC station master at the station on the Surat-Bhusawal line. The railway line passes through the banks of the river Tapti. It is on the bank of the river Tapti that the district of Khandesh is situated. Though it is a fertile land, it is one of the most backward areas in Maharashtra. The village of TC is situated in West Khandesh. TC was a small station. There were only 3 or 4 employees in the station, including station master, and it was a desolated place. A tea shop was located some distance away from the station, and it was the only shop which catered to the passengers and the railway staff alike. As it was a small station only for passenger, train had their halt at the station. The timing of the first train was at 4:30 in the morning. 2 other trains would arrive at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and the next one was at 11:50 at night. The next station, Nandurbar, is located at the district headquarters. As it is located 7 miles away from TC, people depends on Nandurbar for their daily requirement. Though it was a small station, the number of passengers alighting at TC was large. The surroundings of the TC station were desolate. The nearest village was situated some 2 or 3 miles away. People used to walk to the station as means of transport were few and far between them. People living in far flung of villages would come by tongas, which is a 2-wheeled cart drawn by 1 or 2 horses. The tongas can travel through fields where there is no road at all. It was difficult to while away the time. Once the third train had left the station at 2 p.m. As the next train was due only 11:50 at night, there was enough time for me to take a walk around the village in the evening. After nightfall, we would huddle together at the only tea shop in the area by discussing the strange customs of villagers. Sometimes I would relate my experience in the navy, and the villagers in the tea shop would listen to my tales with rapt attention. One night, we were talking on the front veranda of the station. We were 7 of us, and a full moon was up in the sky. The bright moonlight flooded the premises of the station. After some time, we saw a woman standing unconcernedly on the platform, leaning against a post. She didn't seem to listen to our talk and was looking somewhere ahead of us. She was about 25 years of age and was smartly dressed. Why was she standing there? I asked her after some time. I was returning from Kondamali and I am now waiting for my husband, she said in Marathi. When I asked where her husband had gone, she pointed at the further end of the station and said he was coming. We all looked there but could not find anyone. When we turned back to say that there was nobody at that end, we couldn't see her again. She had just vanished, and that too within a few seconds. We searched thoroughly for the woman. Nobody can disappear within such a very short time. Further, there was no convenient place where she could hide. In fact, all the 3 sides of the station were surrounded by barren fields and the other hedged in by hills, and it would take at least 15 minutes for anyone to reach the hills. We were thunderstruck. After making enquiries with the local people, I was told that those who had worked at the station before had also such strange experiences. Yet another mysterious experience follows. The railway station, bearing the poetical name of Gangadhara, is the 4th one from Surat. The main income for the station was derived from booking goods wagons. The export of goods was mostly Robusta, belonging to the species of plantains, for which the place around Gangadhara was famous. As the Robusta was a perishable commodity, the wagon had to be booked in advance in those days. The station used to get around rupees 10,000 a day from wagon booking alone. Because of this, the station was humming like beehive, and all the staff at the station were always quite busy. The counting of notes was a daunting task, as we would have to do it very carefully. Normally, I did it after securing the station office from inside, and it would take nearly 3 hours before the cash was tallied with the cash scroll. One day, when I was counting the cash inside the cabin, I heard a familiar voice from outside. The sound was repeated twice, and the caller outside was shouting that a fire had broken out in the village. I then asked who the caller was, and he replied that it was Vasudev. There was a pointsman named Vasudev at the station, and I had no reason to doubt that it was not Vasudev who called out me from outside. When I asked him where the fire had broken out, he replied that it was in the nearest village. Immediately I locked the cash safely at the locker and came out after closing the station office. But I found no one outside waiting for me. I went to the tea stall, which was situated in a corner of the station. The men at the tea stall also confirmed that too had heard someone calling out that a fire had broken out in the village and it was Vasudev who called it. They were also starting for the village when I went to the tea stall. We together searched the village and found no trace of the fire. The villagers told that no such thing had happened in their village. When we told the villagers that it was Vasudev who called out to us, they all said that Vasudev was not a man who indulged in such pranks. We were intrigued. I felt annoyed with Vasudev for playing a trick on me, and we went to his house to find out whether he was there. He found him engaged in cooking as his wife and son had fallen ill. He was pleasantly surprised when he saw me in front of his house. I asked him why he had played such a trick on me. He stood there wondering what he had done against us. He told me that he had come to his house after the departure of the shunting train, and since that he was engaged in cooking as his wife and son had fallen ill, and he did not get time even to go outside for purchasing provisions. I also felt sure that Vasudev could not have come to the station to give the false alarm. Moreover, he was not such a person to do so. Then who was it? The villagers were mostly Gujaratis and they didn't talk Marathi. All of us heard it in Marathi, and that too in the voice of Vasudev. Then I was told that some officials who had worked at the station earlier had also such experiences, and they had all been taken for a ride in this way. But despite their best attempts to trace its origin, almost all of them had drawn blank. Chapter 7. The Rocking Musk of Parkanda. This story had its settings in Parkanda, an idyllic village in Maharashtra, while I was working as head station master at Amalner under the Western Railway in the early 60s. The station was on the Surat-Bhusaval line. During my decades-old service in the railway, it was my habit to visit historical places soon after taking over charge at a station. So my first inquiry related to historical places. Dharangam was the second station from Amalner. According to legend, the old name of the place was Dharmaputragram and Dharmagam was the corruption of the old name. I had also received interesting information that there was a huge metal ball in a place called Bhima Gundam. While I was planning to visit the place, I got another information from a colleague that there was a mosque in a village called Parkanda. My informant Abdul Rauf, who was working as assistant station master under me, had said that there was a mystery behind the construction of the mosque. The unique feature was that the mosque and its minarets rocked in all directions when pushed with one's fist, and it was a wonderful sight. Abdul Raif was the only Muslim employee working under me then, while there were a number of friends who could take one to the Hindu shrines. It was virtually impossible for me to get information on Muslim religious places since there were only a few informants. So I decided to visit mosque with the help of Rauf, since I would not be able to visit it without the help of a Muslim. At the same time, I decided to visit Bhima Gundam on another day, since both were located in different directions. The mosque was located in an interior place, and there was no bus route to the area. I would be lucky if I could get into the bullock cart, which was on its way to Parkanda. But as ill luck would have it, I could not visit Bhima Kundam, since I had been transferred before attempting a visit. One day my wife, 1-year-old daughter, and I set out for the village. She was also interested to seeing historical places. We first left for Darangam, where we had our breakfast. Then, with the help of Rauf, I managed to hail a bullock cart. The track wound its way through a farm field. Pedestrian passing from opposite direction had to get down to the field to make way for the cart. As Rauf was not much familiar with the route, he had sought the help of a friend. After we got into the cart, Rauf and his friend were walking behind us. As the mosque was located 3 miles away, it was difficult for them to walk all the way to the place. I asked them to get into the cart, but they politely declined, saying that they preferred to walk to the village. I asked them to get into the cart, thinking that the journey on foot would cause them much strain. They again declined the offer, at which I said that I was going to forego the trip. The ruse worked, and they all got into the cart, and we were soon off to the mosque. While traveling along with us, they told me the reason why they refused to travel with me. They said that according to local custom, people belonging to another religion would not travel with a Hindu lady from a respectable family, especially in a narrow carriage. No Hindu woman in the area would undertake a trip to see a mosque. They could not believe our words. When my wife told them that she felt comfortable in their company, we reached the village of Parkanda at 11 a.m. Rauf's friend, who had accompanied us, returned after showing the way to the mosque. The mosque was located in Shilvan surroundings. Though the village was inhabited mostly by Muslims, there were clusters of Hindu villages around, but they lived like brothers, inviting each other to their respective religious festivals. After reaching the mosque, Rauf introduced us to the Muezzin. We told him that we had come to see the miracle. The Muezzin invited us to the shrine. He asked us to climb a minaret. He then gently pushed the minaret with his fist, and then it started to rock. Rauf got into another minaret, and it also started swaying when he pushed it with his fist. The Muezzin asked some villagers to push the wall of other minaret, and they also started singing. Now all the 4 minarets were singing in unison, and then the entire structure also began to rock. We were a little bit afraid that the whole structure might collapse. We eventually got down, thanking the Muezzin for affording us an opportunity to witness the miracle. We then went around the premises of the mosque. The whole place was hauntingly beautiful. We moved to an outhouse of the mosque where we had our lunch. The Muezzin was watching us from a respectable distance. He was seeing for the first time the spectacle of a Muslim dining with a Hindu family. When Ralph asked for cold water kept in an earthen pot in the mosque, the Muezzin said he would get cold water from a nearby Hindu family. The Muezzin was under the impression that we would not touch the water kept in the mosque. Ralph then told the Muezzin that we came from Kerala, the most progressive state in the country, and were broad-minded. We became immensely happy after hearing the word from Ralph. The legend has it that once a Muslim seer happened to live in the village. He was mute and led an isolated life, but he did not beg. He would accept wherever food and the villagers offered to him. He lived in the village for 2 years. Nobody knew who he was and where he came from, and since he was mute, he could not tell anyone. One day the villagers wanted to know his wish. He informed them through signs that he would like to see a mosque constructed in the place. On the day of the consecration of the mosque, the seer pushed the wall of the minaret with his fist and showed the miracle to the villagers. They were taken aback when he started to speak. He advised the villagers to live like brothers and to dedicate the mosque in his memory. But the next day nobody could see the seer. He had apparently left the place. No one knew his name. Now I would like to relate another story about a mosque where perpetrators of crimes had an harrowing experience. The railway station of Kim is situated on the north of Surat. The people of Kim were mostly Muslim, and though I had not worked at the station, I used to visit the place often while a friend of mine was working there as station master. The importance of the station was that a mosque famous for miracle is situated there. I was transferred to the Sanjan station following the death of the station master there. His name was P.S. Saxena, and he died of heart failure. Mr. Saxena had been my friend since my training days at the Railway Bisat Institute in Ajmer. He was a highly religious person, besides being simple and honest. Before I had been transferred there, a big amount was stolen from the Sanjan station. The amount consisting of daily collection was to have been remitted the next day at the Chargegate office, which was the headquarters of the Western Railway. According to rules, the cash had to deposit by the station master, and the guard has to sign on the cash book that he had put the money in his present. If the cash was not remitted the next day due to any unforeseen reason, the cause for the lapse had been intimated to the chief cashier of the railway at its headquarters by telegram. Now let me continue the story. The news of the theft spread fast, and everyone at the station came to know about it through word and mouth. Then almost all the staff at the station were on the verge of panic because the police would take them into custody and it would adversely reflect on the reputation of the station and the officials there. So the only alternative was to collect the cash by some other means and remit it at the headquarters without incurring the displeasure of the higher-ups. So the amount was soon collected from some rich person in the area, and it was duly remitted at the Chargegate office the next day. But the employees of the station felt that the matter had to be investigated. There was a rumor that the cash might have been pilfered by the youngest son of the head station master. He was only 18 years of age, but he had started dabbling in immoral activities. But the poor Saxena didn't know anything about the wayward life of his son. So they all decided to go to the mosque at Kim, the fame of which had spread far and wide. The belief among the people was that the truth would be known once they were prepared to undergo some trials at the mosque. So all the staff of the station who were directly connected with the cash went to the mosque at Kim. The group consisted of a Keralite Hindu, a Christian from 2 Muslims, and 2 Hindus from other part of the country. When they insisted that Saxena's son should also come with them, he refused it, saying that he had nothing to do with the affairs at the station. The mosque was known as chathen-bhagat Dargah, or the grave of Magdum Bana. The grave was 52 feet long, about 15 meters. Those who wanted to undertake the trial had to take 3 rounds of the burial mound before he was initiated into the ceremony. The priest at the mosque would splash water on his face by muttering a few verses from the Holy Quran. Then his feet would be bound with a chain. If he was innocent, the belief goes, the chain secured around his feet would fall on its own accord, and if he had committed any wrong, the chain would not get loosened around his feet. The Keralite among the group was the first to undergo the trial. When he took the first round with the chain secured around his feet, it became loosened and fell from his feet. But Saxena was the last person to undergo the trial because everybody thought that he was innocent. Then others also faced the trial, one after the other, and they all came out unscathed. But when the turn of Saxena came, the chain secured around his feet did not fall from his feet even after taking 3 rounds. Saxena became confused and fear-stricken. The belief was that if anybody had enjoyed even a small part of the booty, the chain would not fall from his feet. In this case, Saxena was innocent, but he had enjoyed unknowingly a small part of the booty. Then it became apparent that the cash had been stolen by Saxena's son. He suffered a heart attack on the spot and his colleagues had to call taxi to bring him home. But when he had reached home, his son had already left the place. It was during his second attack that Saxena fell unconscious and died on the platform. When I took charge as the head of the Sanjan station after the death of Saxena, I was told of the theft at the station and the subsequent trial at the mosque. I had only heard about the miraculous powers of the mosque, so I decided to go to mosque and see the miracle for myself. So one day I went to the mosque along with a friend. When we reached there, I saw many people at the mosque, and they all told me that they had come for the trial. They were not prepared to lodge a complaint with the police, and this too incur the consequent troubles. So they all chose the earliest method of undergoing the trial at the mosque. Once the crime was proved at the mosque, the culprit would be sentenced by the villagers. The village elder would pass the judgment and every people would abide by it. The usual sentence passed by the village elders would be social boycott, and consequently the man who committed the crime as well as his family would be socially boycotted by the villagers. Anyone who committed the theft would be absolved of his crime if he was prepared to return the booty, and in addition he would also have to remit a fine that the village chieftain decided, and after that he would be allowed to live in the village as usual. If anybody had sworn that he was innocent and the crime happened to be proved at the mosque, he would be imposed a heavy fine besides the usual punishment in the case. The belief was that the case of adultery and murder would be proved at the mosque. Lunatics and the haunted would be put in a well through the ladder, and they would be made to stand on a plank just above the water. The belief was that they would climb the ladder once they had been cured of their illness.